Start record in here also,
Oh, okay. So recording is started here.
just
But
in
the
case.
point is, they will be using a separate.
Oh yeah. So in here they are using
So I will,
something.
yeah. So I will take this and put it
Oh yeah, sure.
at the back.
Yes.
So can you connect this from the back? This one, yeah. Just put it here. And make yourself a co-host. So you're already logged in S5.
Yeah, Zoom, yeah.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Srivastava. How are you?
Yeah, I am good. Good
Just
morning, Professor Anand. So within 5-10 minutes, we'll be starting.
sure,
So
sure, sir, sure,
we are on time.
sure, sir, sure. Just
So just give me a moment. I'm just, in fact, taking a note of the papers which is supposed to be presented.
sure, sir.
So what I came to know that there is some change. Maybe one paper got added at last moment. So that's why. So yours will be the first paper, right?
Right, sir, right, sir.
Okay.
Right. So let me also.
Yeah, we'll formally start.
Sure, sir, sure. Just a minute, please.
All right, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So welcome to the final day of the conference. This is the fourth and the final day. So thank you everyone for joining in for the last 3 days, in spite of the inclement weather that we have had in Aizu. So many of you came very close to Aizu, but could not make it to Aizu. Our deepest apologies for that. But on that note, we are going to start with the fourth and the final day. This is session 12. And without any further delay, I will turn it over to Professor Srivastava from Indian Institute of Management, Sirmaur, India. And he will be the session chair for session number 12. So Professor Srivastava, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. So thank you for giving me opportunity to be the session chair for this particular session. So first of all, I'll introduce myself. So I am assistant professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Sirmaur, and I am in the area of IT and systems. So for last 3 years, I am there. And in fact, because this conference has a relation with ICT, so I was interested. And for the time being, I'm here in Aizu. And many of you could not make this to this particular place. I think it would have been wonderful if you all would have been over here. But nevertheless, maybe from future, we all will be here. Okay? So let me brief you about the session. So in the session, initially it was planned for the 8 papers, but for the time being, there are total 9 papers. And for each paper, we'll be taking in total 20 minutes. So the way we will be proceeding, in fact, after 10 minutes are done. So I will be warning you about the time so that you can conclude in the remaining 10 minutes. So now without any further delay, I think we have first paper presenters over here. So I would request the authors of first paper. The title is Teachers Preparedness and Professionalism for Online Teaching During COVID-19, Evidence from India. So professors, kindly start your presentation, and your time starts now.
Good morning, Professor Srivastava. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So nice to meet all of you. And so we'll be presenting our work on teachers' preparedness and professionalism. So I'm also joined by my 2 co-authors, Dr. Shekhar and Ms. Bhavna. So let me share my screen. Yeah, I hope you can see the PowerPoint slides. Right, are the slides visible?
Yes.
Can you please confirm?
Yes, it's visible.
All right, thank you. So good morning, everyone again. And thank you so much for this opportunity to present our research work at this prestigious conference. As Professor Srivastava mentioned, many of us had planned to, visiting the University of Aizu, but hopefully next year or in the future, we would definitely make it physically. Right. So our topic for today's presentation is teachers' preparedness and professionalism for teaching during COVID-19, evidence from India. So this work, as I mentioned earlier, has been jointly undertaken with Dr. Shekhar and Ms. Bhavna from the SGT University, which is based in Gurugram, India. Right. So as we know that the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted the economy and the education sector around the world. So the COVID-19 pandemic basically affected all the sectors of the economy, including the education sector. And the world moved to a online method of teaching and learning from March, April 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic. Now, due to the closure of educational institutions, there was a sudden shift to the online method of teaching. And online method of teaching has existed even before the pandemic. So it is not a new method, but it became a very predominant and major method of learning and teaching at the beginning of the pandemic in March, April 2020. Now, so the aim and objective of our paper is basically to look at how prepared and professional were the teachers for the online mode of teaching when the pandemic began. So we compare basically March, April 2020 period with the April, May 2021 period. That is 1 year after the pandemic. And we compare whether there has been some kind of a shift or some kind of a improvement or a deterioration in the preparedness and professionalism among teachers, right? So the integration of technology in educational institutions has been an important agenda for most of the developed countries. Now, the developed countries have also focused on the online method before the pandemic also. It's not that it is something new, but obviously it became very predominant mode of teaching and learning at the beginning of the pandemic. Now, the developing countries were also making some efforts in this regard, but most of the developing countries have expedited their efforts only after the onset of the pandemic, only when we were forced to basically shift to this online method of learning. Now, the educational institutions around the world have basically adopted a twofold approach to adopt technology-enabled learning. On the one hand, the educational institutions have tried to improve their infrastructure, that is, by creating smart classrooms, web-based educational platforms. And the second aspect is basically enhancing the digital teaching capacities so that the teachers are well trained, well skilled in providing this online method of learning. So what we are saying is there are two sides to this. One is the infrastructure side, and one is the capacities and the skill of the instructors, right? Now, the traditional pedagogical techniques such as the projectors and digital boards have been in existence for last several years, and those are nothing new. But what the literature says is that the real integration of technology is very much dependent on the digital teaching capacities, attitude, and motivation of the instructors, right? So that means the attitudes and motivations are very important, and the digital teaching capacities are very important when it comes to integrating technology into the classrooms. So not only the infrastructure matters, but how the teachers, how the educators feel about the integration of technology, what their perception is, how much motivated they are to bring technology into classrooms is very important. Now, the existing literature basically on this topic has basically argued that when the world suddenly moved to online mode of teaching and learning at the beginning of the pandemic in March, April 2020, most teachers were unprepared and unprofessional to deliver this online mode of learning and teaching. Now, most of the studies have focused on the developed countries, and there is very little evidence which we have from the emerging economies like India. So our paper basically tries to look at the teaching preparedness and professionalism from an emerging market perspective such as India, right? So let me first talk about in what context we are using these terms. So the literature basically says that preparedness basically means the state of faculty preparation to teach online, right? So basically this term preparedness is also known as readiness. How much readiness is there on the part of the faculty, right? And when we are talking about preparedness, we have the literature divides it basically into two parts. One is the personal preparedness, and other is the contextual preparedness. Now, personal preparedness basically means that how knowledgeable, how expert are the teachers in using the online learning management system, how knowledgeable and skilled the instructors are in their knowledge of, in their usage of the online teaching platforms, how comfortable and expert they are in using the e-resources, videos, other interactive tools. So the personal preparedness is basically the individual or the skills or their own knowledge, and the contextual preparedness basically means that the overall environment, how supportive is the overall environment. That means basically there are three aspects which are included in the contextual preparedness according to the literature. One is what kind of professional development opportunities are provided by the universities and the educational institutions to their teachers. How supportive is the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure, and what kind of resources have been made available to the teachers and the educators by the educational institutions, right? So what we are saying is that preparedness has two dimensions. One is on the personal side and other is on the contextual side. Now, when we talk about professionalism, we are saying that the perception of the teachers towards usage of technology influences their professionalism. That means what are the attitudes and how motivated the teachers are is directly linked to the professionalism of teachers, right? So the previous literature basically looks at these factors, such as what is the prior online teaching experience, that is what is the prior usage of this method of learning by the teachers. So this affects their preparedness and professionalism, right? If they have a greater amount of prior online experience, then obviously that means that they would be more prepared to deliver the online method of learning and teaching. What is their attitude and motivation, and the factors such as the gender, academic discipline, that is whether this online mode of teaching is taking place in the engineering subjects or in the humanities and social sciences or in other subjects, that also may influence their preparedness and professionalism, right? And lastly is the institutional support and the institutional context. Now, with this background and with this terminology which we are using, this paper tries to fill this research gap, which is basically looking at the preparedness and professionalism of teachers for India. And we have, so I'll talk about the data in the next few slides. Now, these are the major research questions which we try to address in this paper. That is, how prepared and professional were teachers for online teaching during the COVID-19 lockdown 1, which basically began in India during the period of April 2020. And the second research question is, what were teachers' opinions regarding the favorable and adverse aspects of online teaching? That is, what do the teachers feel? What are some of the positive and the negative facets of online teaching? And lastly, how the COVID-19
Professor
pandemic.
Anand,
Yes.
just let you know that your 10 minutes are over.
Okay, sure. Sure. Thanks a lot. And lastly, the third research question is how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted teachers' preparedness and professionalism. That means what kind of shift has taken place after 1 year. So we compare the data for the two time periods and whether we see whether there has been some kind of improvement or deterioration in the preparedness and professionalism. Coming to the methods and data. So this study basically collected data by using online observation of 50 teachers during the two periods, lockdown 1 and lockdown 2, which basically means that April 2020 and May 2021, because one of the co-authors had access to the online lectures. So one of the co-authors was an observer, and the second, or the more more dominant or more important source of data for this study is the telephonic interviews which we conducted of 12 teachers. So out of these 50 teachers, we interviewed 12 people, 12 teachers, and we took heterogeneity of the sample into account so that the different streams, gender is also represented by those teachers, and this data was collected during these two time periods. And what we do is we compare whether there has been some kind of shift in the preparedness and professionalism using the indicators and the parameters which have been indicated in the literature. So coming to the results of the research question 1. So here what we do is we do a preliminary analysis of, we try to see whether there has been some online, previous teaching exposure to the candidates. And we find that out of the 12 teachers which we interviewed, only 5 had prior teaching experience. So that means about 42% of the teachers had prior teaching experience. And if we look at the male-female category, we see that there is just a slight difference here. Male teacher had slightly higher teaching experience as compared to the females. Now, the important aspect which we like to point out here is that if you look at the stream of education, the engineering subjects, there the teachers had much more prior online exposure as compared to humanities and social sciences. So if you look at this last row in this slide, for the social sciences, arts, the number is 0, which basically means that out of the teachers which we interviewed, nobody from the social sciences and the humanities stated that they had prior online teaching experience, whereas teachers from the engineering, they had prior online experience, so they were obviously more prepared and more professional. But when the world suddenly moved to the online mode of teaching in April 2020. Now we look at the teachers' personal preparedness and professionalism to teach online based on these different indicators which we have taken from the literature. That is, so if you look at all these indicators, what we find is that during the first period, the teachers were very little prepared to deliver the online method of teaching. Most of them basically had very low level of preparedness on all these different parameters, right? That's such as the knowledge of using online learning management system. 8 out of the 12 teachers said that they had low level of knowledge. So basically they were low prepared in the first time period. And similarly, so broad result is that on all these parameters, there was very little preparedness. Now, so this slide is basically the same slide as earlier, but only difference is that the previous slide was based on the interviews and this slide is based on the observation method. And we derive roughly the same results, although there are some slight differences in the percentages, but roughly very little preparedness when it came to using these online LMS systems, video conferencing platforms, use of presentations and e-resources. Now, coming to the contextual preparedness, that contextual preparedness basically means the kind of opportunities and the support structure which is presented or provided by the environment and the institution. So if you look at the opportunities for professional development and in online teaching, about 92% or 11 teachers out of the 12 said that they had very less or little opportunities for professional development provided by their university. So, and similarly, in terms of the support structure, it was very less. They did not have enough availability of dedicated IT team, and their peers were also not very trained. So again, same low level of contextual preparedness. Now, in the second research question, we look at the positive and the negative aspects of online teaching based on the interviews. And what we find here is that what we are doing here is we are comparing the 2 time periods, April 2020 with May 2021, and we find that in these positive or the favorable facets, there has been improvement in the 2 time periods. If you look at the last row, the enhanced interaction and collaboration, out of 12 teachers, around 3 felt that online method of teaching actually led to an improvement in their interaction and collaboration, whereas this number rose to 7 in the second time period. Similarly, if we look at the negative aspects of online teaching, again, there has been an improvement in the 2 time periods. And the drastic improvement is that the teachers have now acquired greater amount of expertise and comfort in using this online teaching platform. So the first row, if you look at here, it says that out of 12 teachers, 7 teachers said that they were lacking the expertise and the skill to deliver the lectures online. And out of the 12 teachers which we interviewed, nobody said that they lacked expertise. So that means there was a significant improvement with respect to their usage of online teaching platforms. Similarly, for other parameters also, we see that there has been an improvement, which is shown here by the negative difference values. Now, coming to the third research question, we are now comparing the teachers' personal preparedness and professionalism in the two time periods, the April 2020 time period and the May 2021 time period. And what we find here is that if you look at the first row, the knowledge of using LMS, around 8 teachers out of 12 said they had little knowledge. But in the second time period, we moved from a low category to the moderate category. That means 9 teachers out of 12 said they had moderate or they acquired better knowledge of using LMS systems in the second time period. Similarly, if we look at the knowledge of using video conferencing platforms, again, we see an improvement. We had 7 educators falling in the low category out of 12 in the first time period, and in the second time period, we have 10 teachers in the moderate category, right? So we have nobody in the low category in May 2021. So again, there is a drastic improvement. We are seeing from the low to the moderate category, there's a movement mostly for all the indicators. Similarly, if we look at the observation-based results, these are roughly in line with the interview-based results. So I'll not spend much time because the broad finding is similar. Now coming to the contextual preparedness, we can see again there is a improvement from 92% to 80%. That is earlier in April 2020, 92% of the educators felt that they had little opportunities for professional development in online teaching provided by their university, whereas this indicated a significant improvement because 80% of the
Professor
teachers.
Anand,
Right.
I request you to please wind up.
Sure. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes more. So again, there is a drastic improvement in contextual preparedness also. And these are our main findings, and the conclusion that we basically say that there has been a drastic or a significant improvement in the teachers' preparedness and professionalism. If we look at the lockdown 1 period, which is April 2020, for most of the indicators which we have studied, we find that the level of personal preparedness and contextual preparedness was very low for most of the indicators, and there has been a significant improvement on both these definitions of preparedness, personal and contextual, over the 2 time periods. Also, we find is that the teachers which were engaged in delivering engineering-related subjects, they had greater prior exposure to online teaching as compared to those teachers which were engaged in medical and social sciences domains. So what we are trying to say here is that obviously when the engineering-related teachers had better or a more prior exposure, so they were more prepared when the world suddenly moved to online mode of teaching. And the male teachers also had a slightly higher prior exposure, though it was not very significantly higher, but yes, we observed some kind of gender differences with respect to the prior usage of technology, right? So that's it from our side. Thank you very much. So we'll be happy to take any suggestions and feedback.
Thank you, Professor Anand, for a wonderful presentation. Unfortunately, we have in fact consumed all our 20 minutes. So for the time being, I am not keeping any time for the questions, right? So I request the participants to ask the questions online, and maybe later on, Professor Anand might reply on those questions. Right? So now we will straightforward move to the second presentation of the day. So the title of the paper is Robust Collaborative Learning Against Poisoning Attacks in Electrical Vehicle Network. So I request authors to kindly unmute themselves and start their presentation.
Okay. 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 Good morning, everyone. My name is Yuya Shima from Adaptive System Lab in University of Aizu. Today, I'm going to talk about my research topic. The title is Robust Collaborative Learning Against Poisoning Attacks in Electric Vehicles Network. First, I'd like to talk about background. These neural networks are widely used for applications in vehicle networks. For example, autonomous driving, road safety prediction, and object recognition. So to make neural networks good performance, we need huge amounts of data. However, collecting raw data from edge vehicles directly lead to heavy load on the networks and risks of privacy leakage. To solve these problems, collaborative learning is proposed with the idea of collecting local models instead of data. This is the architecture of conventional collaborative learning. In collaborative learning, there are a server and many clients. In this case, the clients are electric vehicles. The server's task is to manage to communicate with each client and generate a central model. We called it a global model. The first step of collaborative learning is first, clients train their local model using their local data. And then clients send their local model to the server, and the server aggregate local models and generate the global model using aggregated local models. After aggregation, the server sends back the global model to the client, and the clients download the global model and update their local model using the global model. In this way, the local models are sent to the server instead of local data, and the local data remains in edge vehicles. So we can reduce the load on the network because the size of model is much smaller than the data, and also we can reduce the risks of privacy leakage. However, there is vulnerability in collaborative learning. Since the global model is generated from local models, if there are some clients who send the attacked model, the global model's performance becomes low. So we have to improve it. And my research goal is to build a defense method and aim a robust collaborative learning environment against poisoning attacks. We proposed two collaborative learning defense methods. One is collaborative learning for parameter checking, CLPAR, and collaborative learning for performance checking, CLPER. And we used two poisoning attacks. One is model poisoning attacks, and the other is data poisoning attacks. We call them model attacks and data attacks simply. And the objective of CLPAR and CLPER is to select the high-performing local models for aggregation by comparing multiple server models with local models. And also, it detects malicious clients and filter out them. This is the architecture of our proposed collaborative learning. First, let's look at the left figure. In our proposed collaborative learning, we add CLPAR or CLPER on the server side and prepare multiple server models on it. By adding this defense method, we can detect the malicious clients and filter out them, and we can get the benign local models. And also the global model is generated from benign local models. And the right flow chart shows that the detail of server side task. First, the server gets n clients model. This n is the number of clients. And the red box is the task of defense method. As I told before, the CLPR or CLPER's task is to detect malicious clients by comparing server models and local models. And after detecting and filter out the malicious clients, the server aggregate alpha terms and local models and store them to the list M selected. And alpha is the fraction of clients for aggregation. This means After we get the benign local models, we select randomly alpha times n local models and use them to generate the global model. In other words, the global model is generated from alpha times n benign local models. After getting M selected, we take average and the list and generate the global model. Okay, this is about CLPAR methodology. The main idea of CLPAR is to calculate similarities between server models and the local models by checking parameters. The similarity is defined as the degree of agreement. So the similarity, if the similarity is large, the CLPAR consider the local model as a benign model. In contrast, if the similarity is small, it means like the local models and the server models are very different. So CLPAR consider the local model as a malicious model. And this is procedure. First, the server flatten the parameters of local models and the server models into one-dimensional arrays. And using these flattened parameters, we calculate similarity using this formula. After calculating similarities, we select alpha times n models with largest similarities and store them to M selected. Next is CLPER. The main idea of CLPER is to calculate first, we calculate a threshold based on the performance of the server model. And using this threshold, we compare the threshold and the local models. The procedure is first, we calculate the performances of all the server models and select the best performance one, and we denote is as PERS. And then we calculate the threshold T as T equal beta times PERS. And we prepare beta to adjust the threshold T. And in step 3 is a little bit complicated, so I prepared the flowchart on the right side. So look at this flowchart. After calculating threshold T, we start to compare the threshold T and the local models. And first we calculate the performance of a local model, and after that, if the performance of the local model is better than the T, we add the local model to M selected. At this time, if the M selected reaches alpha times n, we can finish the CLPER and go to the next round. If not, we go back to compare local models and the threshold T. If all performance are calculated and the M selected don't reach the alpha times n, then we select alpha times n local models with best performances and store them in M selected, and we finish the CLPER. And this is the data set that is used in my experiment. The neural network take these elements such as data time, weekend, and the temperature, and so on as input, and predict the power consumption like that. For more,
dear presenter, this is to in fact remind you that your 10 minutes are over, so please be considerate.
Okay. For model attacks, we changed each parameter to a random number between -1 and 1. And for data attacks, we changed the data of power consumption into 0 like that. To evaluate our proposed method, we compared them with recent works. One is fit averaging, which that is the method that select the client without the defenses. And the another is FLQLMCE that select the client by checking parameters using a single server model. And so my CLPE, our proposed CLPER is very similar to FLQLMCE, but the difference point is in FLQLMCE, the single server model was used, but in our proposed CLPER, we used multiple server models. And this is CL settings. There are, we considered 20 EVs as collaborative learning clients, and we prepared 2 server models. And to measure the performance, we used the root mean square error, RMSE. And also we set alpha equals 0 and beta equal 1.1 in CLPER. And we repeated all the experiments 10 times. And this figure showed that the result of fit averaging FLQLMSE, CLPER, and CLPER, and 80% of the clients are attacked. 80% is here, so we set 20, 35, 50 respectively. And the top row is under model attacks, and the bottom row is under data attacks. For both poisoning attacks, fit average is reach high accuracy, high RMSE. High RMSE means low performance. So we aim to go to low RMSE. For data attacks, in the top row, the CLPER was not robust against the model attacks. Sometimes it can go to very low RMSE, but the average was stably high. However, FLQLMCE and CLPER was robust against model attacks. And comparing with them, especially 50% of the clients attacked, our proposed CLPER was more robust than the FLQLMCE because in FLQLMCE, sometimes go high RMSE, but our proposed method can reach like stably low. For data attacks, fit averaging FLQLMCE and CLPER was not robust and reach high RMSE. But CLPER was CLPER reached low RMSE stably. So we can say that the CLPER was robust against data attacks. To conclude, in this paper, we proposed 2 defense methods, CLPER and the CLPER. And the results showed that the CLPER was robust against model attacks. And in contrast, the CLPER was robust against data attacks. So we need to investigate a defense method that is robust against both of the poisoning attacks. So in our future works, we will combine the proposed method and aim to build a more robust and stable collaborative learning environment. And this is the references. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for timely, in fact, completing your presentation and a wonderful presentation. So we have, in fact, 4 or 5 minutes still left. So I would like to open the forum for the listeners. So if you have any question to the authors, please feel free to ask the questions. Okay, so it seems there is no question from the author. So I have a question, in fact. For example, your research is on attacks in electrical vehicle network.
Yes.
So in fact, are you talking about the automated vehicle or this is manually driven? And so could you just explain me what type of vehicles and what operation on which this research has been conducted?
Sorry, your question is what my research is used?
Yeah, in fact, I'm on the subject of your research. So, so could you be a little more, in fact, explain it to me? Because I am not from this particular area, so maybe for a novice person can understand this better.
This one. My research can used in as I mentioned earlier, like autonomous driving and road safety navigation and object recognition. Because or of course we can use the other area, because if the server and the client have same models, we can use these systems even if in any area, in any applications. So it's okay.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
so
thank you for
wonderful
question.
presentation. So now we move forward for the third presentation of the session. So the title of the third paper is a review of disaster response robots after Fukushima nuclear disasters. So I request authors, so please kindly unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Okay, can you hear me in this room? I'm not sure. I think
So anyone online may please confirm, because we are sitting in the presentation
Yes.
venue.
I think
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we can hear.
hear, sir.
yes.
Yes. Okay. First of all, apologize. The title had a little bit changed because we are doing this presentation or this brief review in a part of Professor Roy's subject called Effective Presentation Seminar. So we had to a little bit shift the direction of our research. So we changed the topic to as revitalize Aizu City using technologies of disaster response robot. So we use disaster response robot because Japan is known as lots of natural disasters. So in that case, the research areas of disaster response robots has been developed massively. So first of all, I introduce disaster response robot. So there are two kinds of disasters. One is natural disasters, and the other thing is man-made disaster. So these robots can be utilized to survive and inspect dangerous environment that are inaccessible to human. You can see there are some examples in below. So there are lots of kind of robots or type of robots that designs according to the disaster situation. So when it comes to the transportation or the crawler types of the robot, there are several key types: crawler, tracks, legs, wheels, and snakes. So especially this snake kind of robot was made to detect the nuclear disaster area inside the Fukushima nuclear power plant back in 2017. So I think you have some idea about what happened in 2011. So in Aizu Wakamatsu is also in the Fukushima prefecture, but it's in the left side of the Fukushima, but it's like 150 kilometers away. So the Fukushima, after the Fukushima nuclear disaster happens back in 2011 after a massive earthquake. So the most of the researchers tend to do the research about disaster response robot or the technologies about disaster response robot. So you can see there are lots of publications available or publications done after 2011 Fukushima disaster. So when it comes to technologies used in disaster response robot, those robots usually have lots of sensors like camera sensors, LiDAR sensors, and also they have sensors to detect atmosphere around them. So this is the example of Fuga-2 robot, which was made by Tohoku University. So in 2020, so you can see those kind of robots can collect lots of data around them. And from those sensors, there might be lots of technologies, novel technologies can be made. So when it comes to Society 5.0, the Society 5.0 is introduced in Japan. So in Society 5.0, a balance between economic development and social well-being can be done usually fully or semi-autonomous disaster response robot. So I quoted it from this research. So when it comes to the sensors, from those sensors, we can gather lots of data. From those data, we can automate anything or anything, anywhere. So suppose there's a disaster happens or suppose there's an emergency, we can automate something or a vehicle, we can go throughout the city. So we can apply those kind of scenarios when it comes to Aizu Wakamatsu city. And also our topic is how to revitalize Aizu Wakamatsu city. Now the Japanese government also made Aizu Wakamatsu city as a smart city concept. And when it comes to Fukushima revitalization plus disaster response robotics, so after this is the coastal area of Fukushima. After that disaster happened in 2011, lots of people from the coastal area evacuated to other areas. So it's kind of a nomad area actually sometimes. So Japanese government had to revitalize that area using some major facilities because Japan government invested lots of money to make this as an industrial zone. The one is Fukushima Robot Test Field, Naraha Center of Remote Control Technology Development, Okuyama Analysis and Research Center, the Collaborative Laboratories for Advanced Decommissioning Science. And also the World Robot Summit in 2021 was done in Fukushima Robot Test Field. And actually I participated to that event and our university got third place. Also from that World Robot Summit, we saw lots of novel technologies, so a lot of novel robots has been introduced in disaster response robot. And other than disaster response robotics, there are energy, environment and recycling plants, aerospace and medical industry, agriculture, forestry and fisheries industries have been established in the coastal area of Fukushima. When it comes to literature review, there are the first two literature review in this page. Those focused on usage of robots to revitalize some communities or some areas. As you see, the second literature review is about usage of robotic technologies
in reconstruction and revitalization of Fukushima, especially for Fukushima area. So when the third and fourth about the technologies, technologies that use in disaster response robot. Yeah, like novel technologies happened in the disaster response robotic area. So the objective of research is to do a review about disaster response robot built after the nuclear disaster happened in Fukushima, to identify technologies related to disaster response robot, to identify how technologies related to disaster response robot help to revitalize Aizu Wakamatsu in Society 5.0. So we are in University of Aizu. The University of Aizu is in Aizu Wakamatsu city. So the next few slides will done by my friend.
Okay, and thanks the introduction from Udaka. And now I will introduce why we can develop the disaster response robots at Wakamatsu. I will from 4 factors to introduce. The first, technical and geographical advantages and the risks and threats. The social context and the technologies integration and application. So first, the technical and the geographical advantages. Actually, most of technologies in disaster response robots have a mature theoretical and practical foundations. So the adoption cost can be decreased. And the Aizu University can also provide technical support like collect and analyze data. So the capability and the usability can be proved. Besides, we can find Aizu Wakamatsu is close to Fukushima, the nuclear power plant, the Iwaki, and this place still have a high radiation. So the Aizu Wakamatsu can provide a safe place to these people in there to live and work. And second, the risks and threats in the research process. There are some capabilities the disaster response robot need to meet, like mobilities, radiation resistance, signal reception, sensor modification, and reliability.
Dear authors, this is to let you know that your half time, which is 10 minutes, is over. So you have remaining 10 minutes only.
Okay, so sometimes the researchers need to do some tests in the special place, like underwater and the nuclear power plant and nuclear plant. So the threats is what we need to consider. And third, the social context. This map is about the worldwide disaster response robots, news and pattern distribution. It's made by ETLTC. We can find that Japan have a higher degrees of patterning. So if we publish the theory of the technicals, we can shorten the time to publish the patent. And this is the technologies integration and application. This map is about the link between the technicals in disaster response robot. And the red factor is the most important factor, like financial, technical, and the conversational systems. The Fukushima have a mature response systems for the various natural disasters. So we have good background. Now we have a background and the literature review and the research is for the development factors. I will let my partner to introduce the SWOT analysis.
SWOT analysis is methods to evaluate projects. In our research, we're using SWOT analysis to evaluate disaster response robotics in Aizu area. Strengths, variable situation, speed up, decrease risk, and supported by advances in robotics and artificial intelligence technology. Weakness, expensive, lack of infrastructure. Challenges in terms of public perception. Industry manifests competition from other technologies. Opportunities, growth, collaboration with other industries. Making new jobs and employments. Can be used to improve emergency preparedness in the city, research and technology development, fleet, racing with other technologies, regulatory or legal challenges. Industry may be vulnerable to economic downtowns. Industry may face challenges related to public perception.
Okay, thank you for my partner's work. Now I will introduce a simple service on the disaster response solver. So this is just a simple service that we want to collect some information about the people who are interested or not interested to this disaster response robot. Also, the questionnaire consists of 3 main parts of 6 sections. One of them is the personal information, and their knowledges and knowledge about the disaster robots and where they live. Okay, so this is a simple service result. According to our results, we have 35 people participating in our surveys, and most of them are aged 20 to 29 years old. And also, fortunately, most of them have the different degree of knowledge about the machine learning and the disaster response robot. However, unfortunately, most of them don't know the Society 5.1. I think this reason maybe the Society 5.0 is produced by the Japan rather than the global world. Okay, so and also according to results, most of people think there are 2 challengeable problems. One of them is that maybe robots and the technologies are very expensive. I think the reason is that maybe the reason is that the raw material also of the robots are very high. So maybe we want to try to reduce them in the future. And second challengeable questions is that many of them lack of the awareness and the technologies and the knowledge among people. So maybe some of them do not pay more attention about robots. But this is if the government can lead the project, so government lead the project, maybe they will boost their effect, to their future research. So this is the service result. I leave the conclusion to my next partners.
Okay, however, the last part, the conclusion is my part. So the development of the technologies related to disaster response robots saw a significant increase following the Fukushima nuclear disaster, and they can be used to revitalize a city as well. And to development of the Fukushima prefecture could be beneficial to Aizawa commands as it in the progress for beginning a smart city. And the third, the SWOT analysis highlights that the strengths and the opportunity for the Aizawa command city can be significant with those technologies. And the last feedback, the feedback obtained from the questionnaire indicates that people in Aizawa commands can benefit from the technologies related to the disaster. And that's all. I think that's all the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, authors, for a wonderful and very relevant, in fact, topic of research and your presentation. So now I open the forum for the question. If anybody has any question, please raise your questions. Okay, so it seems there's no question from audience. So I have one small question. For example, I can see that in the survey you have the age age range was only 20 to 29. So best of my knowledge, in fact, Japan is an elderly city. So where the population segment, which is 60 plus, is quite significant. So why have you not, don't you think they are also a very important population segment whose response should have been in fact taken care of?
Yes, so in here, Professor, the responses are mostly in 2029. I think we opened the survey inside the university most. So the responses were 20 to 29 were higher because most of the students inside the ISU university so is age 20 to 29. So we are accepting the responses, currently 35 people. So we have planned when we write the paper in March. So and that in that time we try to get more idea from the elderly people in ISU.
Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation, and that was my comment. So I hope because, and if you include in fact the population pyramid of ISU Wakamatsu, so that will help you which population segment you should go in more, right?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So we are done with 3 presentation. Now we are moving for the 4th presentation of the day. So 4th paper which is to be presented in this particular session is Chatbots in Tourism, a literature review on users' behavioral intention towards their adoption. So I request authors to kindly unmute themselves and start sharing their presentation. So next 20 minutes are yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paraskevi Jufa, and I'm very pleasant to present our work at your conference. I'm from with University of Western Macedonia in Greece, and I'm going to present a pre-recorded video of our work, and let me present our work. Now I'm presenting our work, and then you will ask me anything you want about it. Welcome to our presentation entitled Chatbots in Tourism, a literature review on users' behavioral intention towards their adoption. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Paraskevi Jufa, PhD candidate in the Management Science and Technology Department of the University of Western Macedonia in Greece. And my co-author is Vangelis Aprikis, Associate Professor of the Management Science and Technology Department of the University of Western Macedonia in Greece. Our presentation contents. First of all, there's an introduction. Then we present the purpose and research questions of our study. After, we present the methodology and results, and finally the conclusions. Research has provided substantial evidence that innovative technologies such as robots and artificial intelligence have offered significant advantages to hospitality enterprises, such as cost reduction, brand enhancement, and support of a competitive advantage for the hospitality industry. AI applications enable travel mode choice prediction, best personalized recommendation models, real-time services over any device and at any time, as well as customer help at any place. The most popular and common applications of AI technologies in the tourism industry are virtual and augmented reality, smart devices, Internet of Things, service robots, and chatbots. AI chatbots answer customer questions and solve problems using either text or voice. Chatbot is a computer program that simulates and processes human conversation, allowing humans to interact with digital devices as if they were communicating with a real person. Chatbot has various applications in health, banking, education, customer service, insurance, and tourism. Their significance in the tourism industry lies in the fact that they offer valuable services such as hotel information, room service, and travel instructions to a destination or location with no help from a tour guide. However, adoption intention, therefore chatbot usage by individuals in the tourism industry, has not been largely researched in the recent international literature. Remarkably, there is a poor empirical research on adoption intention and usage, as well as on the factors encouraging chatbot utilization in the tourism industry. In this perspective, the present literature paper attempts to present the factors influencing users at chatbot adoption intention in the last 6 years. More specifically, the research examines the following questions. First, which are the major factors directly or indirectly influencing chatbot use intention in tourism? And second, is there any difference between users and non-users as regards the factors influencing chatbot adoption intention? The paper encompasses all relevant primary research during the last 6 years by applying PRISMA, the preferred report items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis, which is designed to help systematic reviewers transparently report why the review was done, what the authors did, and what they found. Data collection took place during the first 10 years of October 2022 by applying the following procedure. At first, a thorough research on highly acclaimed academic databases took place, such as ScienceDirect, Emerald, Google Scholar, Taylor and Francis, Wiley, ResearchGate, ACM Digital Libraries, Elsevier, and IExplore to ensure result credibility. Search terms such as chatbot, textbot, AI, tourism, hospitality, travel agencies, intention, adoption and usage were used in the title, abstract, and keywords. The process revealed 17 primary research papers, 7 of which were removed due to duplicate records. Next, papers 2 and 1 were rejected as they did not meet search criteria and were not written in English. Of the remaining 7 papers, and after thorough examination, 2 papers were also removed as they were not relevant to the scope of the present research. A detailed and thorough review of the remaining empirical studies demonstrated 4 distinct classifications based on 4 different criteria. A. Factors influencing users' behavioral intention toward chatbots. B. Type of data analysis of the selected empirical studies. C. Applied research methods. And D. Factors with a different impact on chatbot users versus non-users in the tourism industry. As regards the first research question, exploring the factors influencing chatbot adoption, intention, and usage in tourism, the research demonstrated that anthropomorphism and perceived intelligence are the most common factors which directly or indirectly affect tourist usage intention. It's also worth noting that interaction indirectly affects usage intention through satisfaction. Similarly, variables such as social influence, performance expectancy, and habit of the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology 2 of Venkatesan et al. 2012 directly affect usage intention and produce customer satisfaction. Remarkably, 4 dimensions of chatbot quality, namely reliability, assurance, interactivity, confirmation, and understandability, were found to have an indirect impact on frequent use and thus customer satisfaction, whereas the last one was found to contribute to frequent use. The research demonstrated that most studies were carried out using quantitative methods by collecting quantitative data and questionnaires. 3 out of the 5 studies applied the specific methods. Mixed analysis methods were applied in 3 research papers. The most widely used survey method was found to be e-questionnaires through web platforms or applications, or questionnaires distributed at tourist arrival and departure points. Mixed methods such as interviews and experiments, or questionnaires and experiments, were used by various researchers to enable users to answer questions and then complete a questionnaire. In the present paper, the survey investigating chatbot usage and adoption intention demonstrated that chatbot intention was examined by most researchers. Thus, in 4 out of the 5 studies, the research was focused on people who had already used chatbots, whereas only 1 study utilized subjects with no previous experience. The factors influencing tourists were attitudes, cognitive and affective, which in turn influenced intention. As regards the second research question about the factors influencing chatbot usage intention in tourism of 2 different groups, users and non-users of chatbots, it was demonstrated that the 2 factors, namely anthropomorphism and perceived intelligence, influence usage and adoption intention of both users and non-users. In addition, it was found that trust and ease of use influence non-users who are also cautious of utilizing chatbots. In recent times, tourists have increasingly been searching for simple, fast, and easy solutions to various traveling issues and problems and aim at the best possible experience. Thus, various relevant enterprises have realized the significance of adopting modern technologies which offer them a competitive advantage and help them save money and human resources. By using AI, chatbots enhance service delivery and offer information and solutions to problems or questions of the customer in the tourism industry on a 24-hour basis. In addition, ease of use and faster response time are perceived as a challenge for adoption intention. Tourists, instead of requiring human services, simply type what they wish or need at any time and place, check in, get information about hotel or accommodation services and facilities, request guided tours and information about places to visit without a tour guide. In addition, they apply for chatbot information on customized preference-based services. The present literature review paper is the first part of an ongoing study which aims to explore the factors influencing chatbot adoption and usage in the tourism industry. In this context, the 5 empirical research papers demonstrated that anthropomorphism and perceived intelligence are the most common influential factors in the tourism industry. As regards users and non-users' intention to adopt chatbots, and according to the present research results, it is demonstrated that non-users place emphasis on usability and convenience, whereas users focus on anthropomorphic attributes of AI and perceived intelligence. It is worth emphasizing that in the tourism industry, personalized customer experience is a source of value. The efforts made by the chatbot marketing in the tourism industry should be combined with overall social media marketing strategies. Enhancing chatbot design with even more anthropomorphic and hedonic elements is expected to contribute to greater chatbot adoption by even more individuals. These changes can lead to interaction quality improvement and thus higher reliability and trust. Hence, it also implies increased adoption rates by non-users as well. The tourism industry provides a context where interaction processes and experiences produce tourist satisfaction and positive feeling perceptions. The design and adaptation of chatbots to mobile device functions should be improved since most, if not all, interactions are carried out by tourists using their smartphones during traveling or staying in a tourist destination. The investigation of the specific factors will help the tourism industry, which is a large contributor to the global gross domestic product, to implement profitable and efficient marketing strategies. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions? I'm for the quality of my video camera. I don't know.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for, in fact, being in time. So we have sufficient time for questions and answers. So I request audience, if you have any question, please raise it. Okay, so it seems listeners, they are still in fact thinking about the questions. So in the meanwhile, let me ask a question. So what I can see that your sample size is only 5 papers on which you have conducted the literature review. Is it so?
Can you repeat your question, sir? I don't understand it. I don't hear it.
You're not audible. It seems Your audio is muted.
No, it's unmute.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, can you repeat your question, please?
My question is about, for example, I can see that your research is a systematic literature review. Am I right?
Okay,
But,
yes.
but the number of papers which you have included in systematic literature review, there are only 5. Am I right?
5 papers, 5 research papers. Yes, in
Right.
tourism and what we've done. We've investigated only 5 empirical research papers in our field. I mean, in text chatbot, and intention and adoption in text chatbots.
Okay. Right. So another question is, for example, systematic literature review is to identify the research gaps in that particular area. So, for example, I believe that this will be your PhD topic also, and you are conducting it to let know about the research gaps which are there in the area. So, could you brief about the research gaps which are there?
The main research gap in this field is that there is not enough empirical research studies which investigates the reasons, the factors that enhance users or non-users to adopt and implement chatbots in their life, customer service, for example, in all fields, education, etc. That is the main research gap for us. It's an ongoing study from 3 years ago, about 3 years ago, we've started. And that's the main research gap we find. That is the little amount of empirical research studies which investigates the specific topic, the adoption intention of chatbots.
Okay, yeah.
And
thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Now,
and specifically in mobile applications.
Now we'll move for the next paper of the session. So paper number 5 for today's presentation is modular supervisory control for push-out games with mobile robots. So I request authors to kindly unmute themselves and share their presentation.
My name is Fotis Koundoulis. The paper I will present is entitled Modular Supervisory Control for Push-Out Games with Mobile Robots. The paper is co-authored by Nicholas Kouvakas, Dimitris Fragoulis, and Dimitrios Samaras. We are all at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. Some introductory remarks. Gaming with mobile robots is famous for its significant contribution to entertainment and education. There is a long list of commercial products as well as papers revealing pedagogical aspects and technical characteristics of the infrastructure of such games. It is an important issue is the coordination of such games with respect to the rules of the game and the activation of the players. The coordination of mobile robot games through supervisory control theory appears to be one of the most suitable approaches. There is a list of reference related to the field. I would like to attract your attention to 6, 7, 8, and 9. Some particular characteristics of the present paper. In the present paper, a class of push-out games are considered for a parametric number of mobile robots and using a planar ring, usually in the form of a disk. Its mobile robot is a small autonomous ground vehicle equipped with a parametric number of color sensors and a parametric number of presence, namely distance sensors, all over the vehicle. The goal of each player is to remain in the ring and push out the ring the rest of the players. Regarding the contribution of the paper, the first characteristics of the present game is the randomness of the game due to the allowance of the conflict of more than one players and consequently more than one percussion per push. The second characteristic is the parametric number of color sensors, allowing a multi-level ranking among various rings, e.g. a set of concentric disks. The third characteristic is the parametric number of the present sensors, where some of them are in the back side of the vehicle. This is a distinct novelty as compared to other results in the field, allowing 36 degrees attacks as well as fast response improvement of robots' maneuverability in their workspace. Basic notation, a few maths are necessary. Here we deal with discrete event systems, namely systems described with finite deterministic automata. This is the basic tool that we will use to model the participating robots, the robots in the game. First, the automaton is a 6-tuple. The first element of the automaton is the set of states. The second is the alphabet. The third element of the 6-tuple is the map of active event sets per state. The fourth element of the 6-tuple is the transition function of the automaton. And of course, I have to mention the initial state as well as the mark state set. The mark state set is a subset of the set of the states of the automaton. Important sets have to be presented. The first is the closed behavior of the automaton, namely the set of all words being accepted by the automaton. I would like to mention that the term word means a sequence of events. The alphabet is the set of events participating in the automaton. And finally, the marked behavior, namely the set of all words leading to marked states. The marked states are important, are the most important states, are the desired states of the automaton. An automaton is called non-blocking, and this is very important, particularly when realizing a supervisor. When the prefix closure of the marked behavior of the automaton is equal to the closed behavior. The prefix closure means the set of all words being a prefix of the words being elements of the marked behavior. One important property introduced by Professor Wanam and Ramaz is that a language is called controllable with respect to the automaton G, if and only if this condition presented here is satisfied. The left part of the condition is an intersection, and the second part and the right part of the condition is the prefix closure of the language. Finally, in what follows, the synchronous product of two automata will be used. Let's consider an automaton S having its own 6 tuple, and the synchronous product of the automata S and G will be denoted by 2 parallel lines. The synchronous product means that the one of the two automata may not allow the second automata to produce a transition if the event provoking this transition is not does not belong to the map of the active events of the first automaton. Modeling of the mobile robot sensors. Here we'll present the description of the game, one of the most known competitions between two mobile robots is the sumo-like competition. In the left figure, you can see a disc arena with 3 robots. They may be 4, they may be 5. However, the most usual situation is the case where we have 2 robots. The game becomes fascinating if the number of robots is increasing. Like the human sumo, the main purpose of its opponent is to push the other opponents out of the space of the ring, also known as dojo. Here, an extension of the sumo game is proposed where a parametric number of opponents participate in the game. In the right figure, you can see a very common robotic vehicle used for robot sumo games. The robot is called Zumo. Regarding the modeling of the robot, I would like to present first the motion commands of the mobile robot. The robot has 4 actuators, namely 2 DC motors on each side of the robot. The set of the events of the commands of the robot is presented. One event is the command to move forward at low speed. The second event is to command the robot to move forward at high speed. There's another event being of significance, is the command to the robot to move backward. Also, there are 2 more events. The first is the command to turn left by stopping, and the second is the command to move backward, the left motor. Finally, there are 2 more events related to the motion commands. The first is the command to turn right by stopping, and the second is the command to move backward, the right motor. It is important to mention that the moving commands to the mobile robot are generated by an outboard event generator, e.g. the respective human player or an appropriate demonstration and/or a decision support software application. All the motion commands are controllable events. This is an important theory and an important property for the supervisory control theory. Only controllable events can be restricted by the supervisors that will be presented after a few transparencies. Now, I will present the sensor signals of the mobile robots. First, the definitions of the color sensors in the front bumper.
Dear
of the robotic
presenter,
manipulator.
sorry to disturb you, but this is my task to remind you that your half time is over. So kindly in the next 10 minutes, please complete your presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay, I have 5 more minutes.
You have 10 minutes more.
10 minutes more. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So the color sensor in the front bumper, the definition of the color sensor in the front bumper is presented. The definition of the color sensor in the back bumper of the robot are also presented. It is important to mention that the total number of color sensors is N. This is a parametric number. The analysis and design presented here will be parametric, so it covers any case of robotic sensors in the front or the back bumper. We've got presence sensor in the robot's front side, present sensors in the back side, present sensors in the right side, and present sensors in the left side. The number of the robots, the numbers of these sensors are parametric. Now, you can see here the set of the events of the sensor, namely the alphabets. The first alphabet includes one significant event, is the event that takes place when the start button of the game is pressed. And now I would like to present the model of the color sensor. The model is the same for all color sensors. The automaton describing the color sensor dynamics is a 6-tuple. You can see the set of states, the alphabet, namely the set of events, the initial state, and the set of the mark states. And it is important to mention that the automaton of the color sensor is a non-blocking automaton. The same holds also for the back color sensors. The automaton is a little bit different. The transitions are can be activated by all the events participating or presented near the respective arrows. Now, the mathematical model of the presence sensors will be presented. Its present sensor is a dynamic automaton, is a finite deterministic automaton. An important property is that also these automata are non-blocking automata. We present separately the mathematical model of the back present sensor, the mathematical model of the back of the other present sensor, the mathematical model of, I would like to apologize, there is a typing error in the second line. The word back should be substituted by the word right, and in the third line, the word back should be substituted by the word left. So we present the back present sensor, the right present sensor, and the left present sensor respectively. Now, the question is, which is the desired behavior of the attack strategies of each robot? Regarding the front present sensor, the attack strategy related to these sensors aim to move the robot forward towards an opponent, being the target, immediately after the opponent has been detected by the front sensor. This is a difference with respect to other results in the field. You can see the formal presentation of the first desired design requirement. The second design requirement refers to the back present sensor attack strategy. The strategy is the back sensor aims to move the robot to the target after their adversary has been detected by the back sensors. Now, the right present sensor attack strategy is analogous to the previous one. You can see the formal description of the design requirement. And finally, you can see the left present sensor attack strategy. The left sensor attack strategy aims to prevent the robot from moving away from the target after the adversary has been detected by the left sensors. Any adversary. Here, we proceed to the most important part of the paper, namely the design of supervisors, of supervisor automata, realizing the design requirements presented previously. The first supervisor is a 6-tuple that satisfies the first rule. You can see the set of the states of the supervisor. An important property is that there are only 3 states. You can see the state diagram of the supervisor. Here is the second supervisor satisfying the second design property. This is the 4th supervisor. This is the 5th supervisor. And after the implementation, we would like to mention the guidelines of our design scheme. The proposed control scheme is the synchronous product of the 4 supervisor presented previously, and the N+M automata of the sensors of its mobile robot. This synchronous product is the control automaton of the game, and that is denoted by GC. The marked behavior of the control automaton, it is the projection of all the desired languages to the marked languages of the automata. An important proposition for the supervisor to be satisfactory, 2 main properties must be satisfied. The first is the controllability of the desired languages. Indeed, the languages presented previously are controllable regarding all N+M automata. And the second important property is non-blocking of the resulting controlled automaton. And it has been proven in the paper that the control automaton is also non-blocking. An important issue is the complexity of the proposed modular supervisory scheme. You can see the analytic formula of the complexity triad. It is linear with respect to the present sensors. The complexity is relatively low in the sense that it's analogous to the number of the sensor of its mobile robot. An important remark, in the case of a 2-robot games, where the mechanism and the hardware of both robots are similar, it will be expected that the result of the game will be draw. However, it is important to mention that except the infrastructure and the strategy, the result of its fight depends upon other factors like the initial position of the robots and which robot will make the first move. A simple example has been manipulated in order to derive some simulation results. And finally, the conclusions of the present paper are the following. The mathematical models of the robot of push-out games have been presented using discrete event systems. The model covers the transitional sumo games. The number of sensors of each robot is parametric. The desired attack behavior has been expressed in the form of desired regular language and realized to a set of supervisor automata. The reusability of the proposed supervisor control scheme and the non-blocking property of the total control automaton have been proven. Finally, the complexity of the proposed supervisory scheme has been computed. The extension of the present result to cover defense strategies of the mobile robot is under investigation. It is mentioned that in the present paper, only attack strategies have been studied. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for such an interesting research paper and also presentation. And maybe we have a minute or so we can take one question. So if there is any question from the audience, please go ahead.
Actually, I have one question. To be honest, I think this research is very complicated and mathematically, so I can only understand part of them. I want to ask a question about the basic notation. Is that basic, the algorithm in the basic notation is for the 3 kind of robots or just one robot? I mean, you propose the 3 categoristic robots. Is a basic notation is for 3 of all 3 or just one? The first one.
The basic notation is that of of finite deterministic automata.
Okay.
These models cover the case of all robots. The number of participating robots, according to this analysis, may be 10 or 100. And the models related to the color sensor are the same for all sensors. Sensors, and this is the model for all back sensors. As you can see, the model depends upon an index K. So this index K is between 1 and a natural number, which may be large, small, depending upon the application. Is something else you asked and I didn't get it? I don't know if my answer covers your
Thank
question.
you for question and answer. My suggestion will be if it is not being answered, I request the asker to please connect on I think there is feedback form which is circulated to every participant, so they can ask the question on the feedback also. So because of the paucity of time, we are supposed to move for the next paper presentation. So next paper title is the ISO hand eye neuromorphic prosthetic hand design and control. So I request author to kindly unmute themselves and share their presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hong Chen, and I'm in the Adaptive System Laboratory of the University of Aizu. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the topic, the Aizu hand neuromorphic prosthetic hand. My presentation today includes 3 parts. Firstly, I will talk about the background of the prosthetic hand and the methods used in our project. And then I will move to show you some example about the integration and the testing. Now, in the end, I will talk about the possible emerging applications and the conclusion. Okay, let's get started. First, the background. In recent years, prosthetic technology has revealed impressive advance by involving real-time actuated electronic prosthesis. As we can see from the figure 1, here is a commercial prosthetic arm, which based on SEMG signal control. The preferred signals used to control hand gesture are divided from non-invasive, so-called surface electromyography sensors. I will simply call it EMG later. The figure 2 is an example of the EMG signal wave of different gestures. And thanks to the development of sensor technology, we can able to use EMG sensors to extract and classify EMG signals from different gestures. The limitations are variation in muscle contraction force, limb positional variations, and the sensor placements. This is because the state of muscle activities changes throughout the day. It's like our body temperature or blood pressure, which are constantly changing throughout the day. Which means that EMG thresholds calibrated at one point in time may not be optimal for another point in time, resulting in decreased performance. So the lack of an intuitive personal interaction interface leads to unreliable manipulation performance. The goal of the user-friendly mobile interface are adjust the prosthetic parameters and also understand the EMG signal levels and adjust the threshold. And next is select control mode, which include the direct control mode and the EMG-based control mode. So in general, it can help the user establish interactions with the prosthetic hand. And here is a system overview. The edge hand is a low-cost real-time neuromorphic prosthesis hand, which the goal is to develop solutions for controlling prosthetic limbs to restore movement to people with neurologic impairment and amputation. In this project, include extraction and classification of EMG signals, and also low-cost design of a 3D printed prosthetic limb, and the SEMG and the speech reinforced control. Now, in my part, I mainly focus on the mobile interface and the embedded system development. Next is this is about the methods we used in our projects. The low-cost 3D printed prosthetic hand prototype was modeled using Flashpoint and printed in our laboratory using the 3D printer. And the rest, we use the Raspberry Pi as a central computing unit in the prosthetic hand. And each finger of the prosthetic hand is connected to an independent servo motor, which allows them to receive separate control signals from the Raspberry Pi. About the control mode, it has the direct control mode, which based on the Bluetooth communication. And the next is the EMG-based control mode, which implement the ANN and SNN-based control frameworks. The data was trained offline and transferred to the computing unit for inference and the later testing. And this is the appearance of our prosthetic hand. It's a low-cost 3D printed prosthetic hand prototype. And the degree of freedom is 5. And the weight is 422 grams. And 276 grams without a controller. And the control mode includes EMG-based control and direct control. And this is a module of the prosthetic hand interface. As we can see in the sensor data interface module, we can understand the Bluetooth status and also the visualization of the sensor data. And we can also adjustment threshold to and send it to the Raspberry Pi. And in the direct control interface module, we can choose to the direct control mode. For example, we can send a command of grasp and or open, or just some general number. So it can help the user to interact with the prosthesis. About the multi-control methods, first is the direct-based control. The servo motors in prosthetic hand are controlled from the user-friendly interface via a Bluetooth module built into the cell phone and the Raspberry Pi. And the next is the ANN-based control. It's a 1D convolutional neural network to classify EMG signals recorded from the mile-arm band. And this is SNN-based control. It's a hybrid SNN-based control framework where the temporal information of the recorded event data is encoded with temporal coding. And this part of the work was studied by the second author of the paper, Mr. Via. And here, the control flow process includes the ANN-based and the SNN-based control. And this is the demo of the project. The first is the EMG control, and here you need to wear the EMG sensor. For example, here 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5. And this is a direct control mode, which means you can control the prosthetic hand.
Dear presenter, just to let you know that your 10 minutes are over, so please be considerate.
Okay, thank you. This means you can control the prosthetic hand just using the interface. Okay, here's the information about the EMG data capturing and the processing. The EMG data is gathered from a healthy male subject in 10 sessions, and the subject behaves in different manners. include standing, sitting, and arm stretching out in different directions. And here, 7 different gestures of EMG data are captured. And this is the test results. In general, the average classification accuracy is about 90%. And this is the ANN control framework. The prediction is 71%, just below satisfactory. This is mainly due to the proposed algorithms training method, but the system will perform better with the SDDP learning rule. And this is a possible emerging applications. First is remote robot surgery. The remote surgery is an emergent surgery tool that uses robotic technology and wireless networks to connect patients and surgeons far apart. Remote surgery utilized a form of network-mediated robotic control, and the primary use of remote surgery is its ability to overcome the limitation of traditional surgery. And next is breast palpation. The clinic breast examination is critical in diagnosing and monitoring many benign and malignant breast diseases, including demand for non-contracted breast palpation due to privacy concerns. And the next is finger rehabilitation. With video technique rehabilitation, patients can rehabilitate from the comfort of their homes or nearby. Rehabilitation includes investigation, intervention, and evaluation. The most common problems are hand and finger amputations and finger flexure tendon injuries. The last is the voice and EMG-based prosthetic hand. Due to the limitation of EMG sensors and the residual physiological signals from amputees, intelligent solutions utilizing speech recognition modules were considered for integration into EMG controls to achieve advanced intuitive commands. And the last conclusions. In this paper, where we proposed a low-cost and low-complexity 3D printed neuromorphic prosthetic hand, and which include select control mode and adjust the prosthesis parameters with a user-friendly interface. And the software platform that receives data from sensors through a Bluetooth module. And more functions such as calibration and the addition of SEMG-based gesture control using user-friendly interface will be featured, studied, and implemented. And we plan to extend the functionality of EdgeHand to other applications, such as breast palpation, finger rehabilitation, and remote robot surgery. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for completing your presentation well in time. So we have good amount of time for questions and answer. So I am opening the session for everybody. If anybody has any question, please raise your questions.
Excuse me. For you, is there anything that you keep in mind in this kind of cross-cultural communication?
Sorry, could you please repeat your question?
So what I think the question is, so do you think whatever your research is, that is equally applicable for cross-cultural communication? So am I correct?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
So, question in fact is, for example, in culture to culture, there are differences, right, in visual communication. So, the algorithm which you are proposing, is it competent enough to address the cultural differences also? Or there is no role of culture, in fact. This is a scientific way of doing it. And that's how, in fact, a movement will be tracked. That's what you mean.
In this prototype, we according to the direct control mode, we can implement just the gesture of grasp and the closed and some general numbers.
All right. So I hope, I think this is irrespective of culture, in fact. So whatever the sensor will sense the hand movement, so
Yes.
that will be replicated. So that's what I can understand. So is your question answered?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I have another question.
Yes, please.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And my question is, I think you must have.
Yeah.
You have to start your research over. What do you have to do different?
You mean the different of
So you have to start your project, research project over. What do you have to? What will you do different?
Okay, thank you. Question. I think sorry. I think we can provide better interaction for the user and provide more communication method. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, and thank you, the authors of paper number 6. So now we are going for the paper number 7. So paper number 7 belongs to me. So I would request the authors of paper number 8, which is Professor Swarna Patra. So I request them to, in fact, chair my talk, right? So now I'll start my presentation. So I hope I'm audible and my, in fact, slides, they are also visible to you. So first of all, in fact, thank you, University of ISU, for giving me a chance to present my paper in this very prestigious conference, right? And in fact, in a way, I am a little more thankful because ultimately my paper is not a very technical paper. So what I know, this is a technical university, and most of the researchers, they are involved in a technical research. So the presentation in my session also, you must have seen that the papers are technical paper and some papers are quantitative papers also. In a way, my paper is slightly different. So this is neither technical nor quantitative, but I am talking about a qualitative research. So I hope combining all modes of research, they combined together make a society a better place to live in. So with that notion, in fact, I'm starting with the title of my presentation. So the title is Financial Digital Divide and Indian Street Vendors, an Ethnographic Study. So by the title itself, it is clear that I am talking about the specific type of digital divide, which is financial digital divide. And my sample is Indian street vendors. So maybe this is a little difficult for rest of the world to know what is the status or what is the financial conditions of the Indian street vendors are. So for the time being, they might not appreciate, but down the line, I hope people will be understand this and they will be in position to, in fact, appreciate. And then my study is an ethnographic study, which is a qualitative mode of study. So the structure of presentation, which in fact I will be moving forward, is introduction. Then I'll be talking, in fact, so that you can better understand what is the status of Indian street vendors. Then the methodology which I have adopted, then the data analysis, and finally coming to the result. So introduction part, I think this is well known to everybody in the world that this present world is highly, in fact, dependent on digital technology. So we cannot imagine, in fact, let's take an example of our conference also, although this is in hybrid mode, but then because of online, we can see every presentation we have taken care of, right? So we are highly dependent on digital technology, and then digital payment is also very integral part of it. And then if you look for the literature, you will see that mostly the literature on the digital payment, either it is done on the developed nations or maybe even in India. So mostly they are considering the people who are rich and people who are educated and who can afford them. So that is the segment in which this research has been conducted. And now I will show you a picture. For example, you see the picture over here. So you can imagine the typical street vendor of India, in fact. And this is a quite handsome population, maybe I think 200, 300 million people, right? More than the population of, in fact, Japan. So such people are in this condition. Now, if you understand, if you consider them to be, in fact, proficient in a digital payment, right? So that is little, I think, that is not imaginable for the time being. So here comes, in fact, my research question is, so in the context of the Indian street vendor, the question is, why do street vendors hesitate from indulging in the digital payment system of the Indian economy? So that's what is the target which I'm trying to, in fact, address question. Now, even without any research, in fact, if I ask this question, many people, in fact, will, in fact, come to the conclusion which at the moment I have listed over here. For example, they will say because they are illiterate, that is true. Because they are poor, that is also true. And because of these two reasons, they do not have access to the smartphones, that is also true. And they are not having a formal economy or maybe a formal banking system, and that is also true. But then is this the only reason, or there are many more reasons, in fact, right? And then my motivation starts from this place only, because in the March 2020, when the whole world was closed, right? And then at that point of time, for months, we were sitting in the house itself. But few, in fact, these were the vendors whom government allowed, because otherwise they could not sustain. So they were coming to our housing, they were selling their vegetables and all. So with their interaction, I came to know that the reasons which are there in our mind at the moment, they are not the only reason. They are the reason, but I have interacted many people. So they have even smartphone, they are street vendors, they want to do it, but there are forces who are not, in fact, letting them conduct the digital payment, right? So that's what the study is all about. So whatever is well known, I am going beyond that, that what are the rest of the factors which are important and which are still unknown for majority of the world. And the methodology which I have chosen for this particular research is ethnography. So ethnography, I hope, will be known to mostly people who conduct the qualitative research. So if there is a cultural issue, so normally to identify the cultural issue, ethnography is the best suggested way of methodology for the research. So in the ethnography, normally interviews are conducted with the participants, and it is not only the interview, but you closely observe them, you see them, what they are doing, and many things which are not very obvious with the interview, you become in position to let know by the observation yourself. Then these interviews and these observations, a thematic analysis of the data is conducted, and based on the analysis, you conclude your research. So this is in brief, what is the research methodology which at the moment I am adopting for this particular research. Now, down the line, in fact, there are various interactions which has happened with me, with the participants, Indian state vendors, and all the people who are surrounding them. And maybe in a story type manner, I would like to narrate it to you. And maybe, in fact, then let's see whether you can conclude what are the themes which are being, in fact, obvious from this data or not. For example, when I was interviewing the wholesale vendor, right? Vendor number 1. So my question was, do you have digital payment system? So his answer is yes, I have a digital payment system. So if I'm talking about the wholesale vendor, so my request to all the, in fact, participants will be, please understand as if this is not the real street vendor, but the real street vendor, he goes to this wholesale vendor. So he will buy the vegetables and rest of the things from this particular vendor, and then he will come to house, go to every house and sell the stuffs, right? So he says, yes, I have this digital payment system. Then I ask, why don't you accept digital payment system from smaller vendors, right? Then his answer is, I cannot because I have to do payments in cash to my suppliers. Now, this is very important. Please understand. Till this point of time, we were considering as if the poverty and the illiteracy is the problem for the Indian street vendors. But here you will see that the environment also is not supporting them. For example, even if some street vendor, he wants to do the payment in digital format, so wholesale vendors, they in fact refuse to accept it. Now, if you analyze this, normally rest of the people, it will be difficult for them to analyze. But since I live in the environment, I know the environment better. So what my analysis is, because this whole supply chain, this is very much part of the informal economy of India. So this deals with the cash system only. And the main reason to deal in the cash system is because if the system is cash, then you can avoid the tax. And 65% economy in India at the moment, in fact, they are informal economy. So that is one of the reason. So because in the informal economy is not in the tax system, so to avoid the tax system, so there is a prominent force of the ecosystem, which in fact let not facilitate the street vendors to conduct the payment in the digital medium. So, and then in fact, yes, this was about the wholesale vendor. Next slide is this. I conducted the interview for the next wholesale vendor. So to that particular person also, the answer was yes, he has in fact a digital payment system. He is conversant with the digital payment system. But then if I'm asking them, why don't you let the small vendor also in fact conduct the money exchange in digital format? So the answer was, digital payment is as good as credit. We don't prefer credit payments from our customers. So please understand, still in the minds, for example, some of the people, they have in mind that this digital payment is not actual money, right? This is more or less parallel to the in fact your credit system, right? And then his supporting statement on this particular answer was, at least for the first payment of the day, otherwise for the whole day we will receive similar type of payments. So if you read the answer, if you analyze the answer, and if you are from a similar environmental setting, you will understand that something superstitious is in fact associated with the mindset, right? And that's why in fact the people who even they can accept the digital payment from the small street vendor, they are not in position to accept it. So taking it forward and coming close to, in fact, because we have limited amount of time, right? So if you see one more thing here, in fact, I am not bringing all the data, all the answers, but one prominent answer is the trust issues. That means still the majority of the population who is in this particular segment, they have a trust issues, right? That because they are more confident dealing in cash. So in the digital payment, they have a hesitancy because they think that if they are dealing in the digital payment system and they are not literate enough and they are not smart enough, maybe their money will be lost. So some, in fact, scam or some fraud will happen with them. So that's one of the issue which is there, and that is why the people refrain from conducting the, in fact, digital payment. And please remember, I'm talking about a very small, not exactly small, but a very particular and a specific type of population segment, which is vegetable street vendors. So that's what is my population segment. Then second issue is environmental issue. And this issue I have already elaborated, that the whole environment, whole supply chain for this small vegetable vendor is such which promotes the cash dealing. And prominent reason is because in the cash dealing, the tax evasion is in fact easy. And if you are dealing in digital payment, then this is not possible. So that's a second issue which is prominent. And the third issue then, which is quite prominent, and it was quite surprising for me because I was also not in position to imagine rest of the two. In fact, that was imaginable for me. Those things are, if you are part of the system, you'll come to know. So this is a superstition which is associated with the digital payment, that still there is a significant proportion of population who considers the digital payment as good as the credit and not as good as the cash. So these are the three factors which I could identify from my research. So first one is the trust issues which should be worked on. Second is the environmental, in fact, forces which are acting on this particular population so that they do not indulge in the digital payment. And third is the superstition. And so besides the obvious known, which is poverty, illiteracy, these are the factors which are well known. These are the remaining three factors which I could identify as part of this particular research, right? So with this, my conclusion is digital payment hesitancy among Indian street vendors is mainly due to three reasons. First is trust issues. Second is a cash-friendly ecosystem. And third is the superstition belief of the Indian business diaspora surrounding street vendors. So with cautious, I'm using, please do not consider that I am saying that this superstition belief system is for everybody in the India, but for a limited number of population, which motivates influential stakeholders of the system to deal in the cash and not in a digital system. So that's where I conclude my presentation, and thank you. And if there is any question, I request you to please raise so that we can discuss over it. And I would like to know, Professor Swarna Patra, if I have some time, which I can dedicate on question and answer.
Yes, sir, you can go ahead for the question and answer.
Dr. Srivastava, can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Srivastava. Thank you so much for the presentation. I just had one question. So what is the way to go forward with this? So what do you see as the future scope, and what can be done through this study? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think wonderful, because at the moment I have only identified the problem, but I have not worked on to the solution part. But that does not mean that we cannot discuss about the solution. For example, if we understand that there is a problem with, let's say, ecosystem, right? And they are not in the tax net. So that's where, in fact, government can bring policy in force. So that's one issue. That is one area where things can be worked. And as far as the superstition and the trust issues are concerned, I think the awareness and maybe education is the only way where we can address the superstition and this trust issues. because ultimately trust is a big issue, I believe. And not only this particular segment of population, because one of my research was on the elderly population also, 60+ population. So I found that even the people who have a good amount of, in fact, education and who are well-to-do, they also refrain. So because of the age. So with education and I think with awareness, to some extent we can resolve this issue. But again, this I am talking about my personal experience only. No rigorous research for the time being is done on the solution part.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srivastava.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, this is a very fascinating study because this is a critical problem in India. So one of the things just I was wondering if there is any way to build in the trust factor, if there is any way that the vegetable vendors in the banking interface can instantaneously check if the money that's being paid is in processing and it's being paid. So if the information is dynamically presented by the banking sector to the vegetable vendors, and if we can check it in terms of SMS or whatever in their in their handset, then this trust factor may be part of the solution, because the trust is, I mean, the point is that they are completely disconnected from the banking sector. That seems to be the problem. And then when you ask them to pay online or digitally, just machine to machine. So, I mean, that seems to be the problem. So the point is, if the banking sector can come up with a solution where there's an instantaneous and dynamic check of the processing of the payment, that could be a solution according to me. Is that part of what the government is thinking as well?
To add this point, let me share one experience because we both have worked on this. There is 2 time frames. So I can say that is a longitudinal observation. So one, I was roaming around in Lucknow. There is a railway station there. And when I was in talk with these vendors, they used to deposit the money to a particular person on daily basis, right? And when I asked them that why you are not using the banking system, you can deposit this money, the money you are earning every day, you can deposit it on the same day in the bank. You will get more return on it, and whenever you want that money, you can get it from them. Then they said that we don't have that trust in the bank. We have trust more on this person, though that person was charging more money, more transaction fee from them. And I was failed to make them understand what point I'm trying to make. But thanks to this COVID, what happened, and that notes which when that note money happened in India, this online transactions is increased. And again, I went to the same place one day and I asked them, okay, now you are using the Paytm, Bharat Pay, Phone Pay, and Google Pay to take this cash. Go back to, I asked them to remember the point I made few years back. They said you was correct at that point of time, but we were not able to understand. But now, because we can see the benefits of these online transactions, and as you said, they are actually able to see the amount credited in their account.
Yeah, if
the moment we are paying to them, they used to know that this much amount has been credited to their account. And now by this, gradually the trust is increasing for the online transactions in Indian diaspora.
Yeah, right. So my point is, if the information is dynamically available right then and there, just when a transaction is made, within 15 minutes, if the person is able to see that the amount has been credited in his account, then that could be part of the trust building.
Exactly. And to increase that dynamic information sharing, Paytm has started one more initiative that they have given a speaker to every shopkeepers, even a small vendor who is selling the vegetables and all on the street. They also have that speaker, and as and when you are paying the money, it speak out that this much amount has been credited in your account. Right. So by hearing that sound, they are feeling satisfied and confident that now it is working. So this is actually happening nowadays.
Great.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Roy and Professor Sandeep, for a wonderful question and answer. So now this is turn for the paper number 8 for the day. So the title of the paper number 8 is Statistical Analysis of Open Book Examination During COVID-19 Pandemic, Lifelong Learning. So I invite professors to kindly present their paper.
Good morning. Thank you for the organizing committee to give us this opportunity to present our paper. My co-authors are Dr. Subramania K.N. and Glenn D'Souza. So one of the author is also present online mode. So let me give you a outline of my presentation, how it will be. So first I will talk something about the background regarding the outcome-based education. Then I will be talking something about the open book examination, then the statistical analysis, what we have done, and what is the take-home message, what we have learned from this, and probably we should look into the improvement of the open book examination. So as the vision and mission of our institute, RV College of Engineering, is to have the excellence in education. So based on the vision and mission, the college has adopted outcome-based education. In the outcome-based education, the focus is always on the learning of the learner. And some of the terminologies which are used in outcome-based education is POs. POs is nothing but the program outcome. PSO is program specific outcome, and COs is the course outcomes. What do we mean by that? So we mean that the program outcomes are certain outcomes which are given by the accreditation committee, which the student will be able to do after completion of the program. How do the student achieve those program outcomes? By taking several courses. The curriculum is designed in such a way that it will address to achieve the program outcomes. So each course will have certain course outcomes. Again, the course outcome is defined as the outcomes which the students will be able to do it after completion of the particular course. And these course outcomes are mapped to the program outcomes. And at the end, we evaluate what is the learning outcomes of the student through the CO attainment and through the program outcome attainment. So for which the question paper setting is very important. I have taken a course which I have been teaching for the last few years, engineering chemistry course, which has got 4 course outcomes. So in different levels, it is explain the principles of chemistry, apply the knowledge of chemistry, identify and analyze the engineering problems, and developing the solutions. So this is from the student perspective. From the teacher's perspective, we call it course learning objective. And you can see that the left-hand side, there are 12 program outcomes which are listed. And how these course outcomes each map to the program outcomes by the weightage of high, low, medium as 3-1 for various calculations. And while doing the teaching and also preparing the question paper, we keep in mind Bloom's taxonomy, which is having different 6 levels: remember, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So we conduct continuous internal evaluation, that is CI, and AC is the semester and evaluation. And at the end, from both this examination, we find out what is the learning outcome of the student. So for CIE and SCE, we quantify the learning outcomes differently. The CI, which is the continuous internal evaluation, where we give feedback to the student for the improvement. And the question papers are designed in a particular fashion where the different Bloom's taxonomy level and the course outcomes are taken into consideration. So during the pandemic, it was impossible to conduct an offline exam, and because of which we went for the open book examination, where the main focus was to gauge the development of knowledge, what the student has learned, and how it can be judged with respect to the professional standards. And the key point in preparing the question paper is how do we maintain the complexity? Always dishonesty in the examination is a very critical parameter, and particularly in open book examination. So we took an attempt to prepare different versions, 10 different versions for more than 500 students to prepare the question paper. And the challenge is how do we maintain the complexity of the question paper? So a systematic method has been used to design the question paper. So what are the methodology we have used? We have used a platform, a quick learn LMS platform to launch the question paper, and where the instructor can do the invigilation while writing the question paper. And how it was, the test was conducted, quiz is for 20 marks, and the test was conducted for 50 marks. And these test questions were of 10 different versions. And the complexity of the question paper was maintained through achievable matrix. So I'll come back in a minute later. What is this achievable matrix and how we have done it? We did the simple statistical analysis, skewness and kurtosis to find out the distribution, testing the quality of the question paper. It is not just preparing the question paper, conducting the test and seeing the statistical analysis, but also to test the quality of the question paper. And how did we check the quality of the question paper? Through two different parameters known as facilitation value and discriminator index. I think this looks so very complicated numbers. Just I wanted to simplify and say that how it works. This is the course for which there are 5 units. In the right hand side, you can see that there are 5 units and the total test is conducted out of 90 marks over the 3 continuous internal evaluation. And based on the hours allocated in the lesson plan, we have divided the marks equally to all the 5 units. Then each total marks of the unit is divided into the different course outcomes. Then we have added up and we got 20, 26, 29, 15 out of 90. We converted into percentage. So we planned that in all the 3 continuous internal evaluation, these are the percentage of CO's questions should be asked. Then respectively, we went back because there are 3 quiz and 2 tests. We divided the achievable 22%, 28, 32, 16% for simplicity equally among the 3 quiz as well as 2 tests, maintaining the ratio of the marks from the total marks. And finally, we converted that in the quiz 1, the question paper should be asked out of 2 marks, CO1, 3 marks from CO2, and CO3, 3 marks, and CO4, 2 marks. So at the beginning of the semester, we calculate for each question paper how much the marks corresponding to each course outcomes. So once it is decided, when we go for 10 different versions or 3 different versions, we try to maintain the complexity same. We set the question paper in such a way that the marks distribution for each COs remains same in all the question paper. So after formulating the question paper, launching the question paper through Quick Learn, we conducted the test and we did the evaluation. The quiz questions were done automatically, the evaluation, whereas the test questions, the instructor has to go to the each question answer booklet and virtually they did the evaluation. And this is how the marks distribution for the quiz and for the test for above more than 500 plus students. Then we try to really understand what is happening with the distribution. So we try to fit.
Professor Patra, sorry to disturb you, but this is just to let you know that your half time, which is 10 minutes, is over.
Yeah,
so please
fine.
take a note of it.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the normal distribution plot for the quiz and for the test. Further, we looked into how does it look for the 10 different versions of the question paper. So we looked into what is the normal distribution with respect to 3 minus 3 plus minus 3 sigma, 2 sigma and 1 sigma. What is the mean? What is the standard deviation? All these parameters we looked into it. So further, we looked into that how symmetry or what is the lack of symmetry by a parameter known as skewness, and whether the distribution is heavy or light with respect to the normal distribution is checked with the help of a statistical parameter kurtosis. And for the 10 different sets of question paper, we calculated the skewness and we calculated the kurtosis. You can see that for quiz, it is symmetric, and for some of the things, it is moderately skewed, symmetric. And you can see that some of the question papers we have given heavier tails. So that means the presence of outliers are more. So these are some of the observation we obtained for the question papers. Further, we try to look into the quality of the question paper with respect to facilitation value. What does the facilitation value speaks about? It speaks about the difficulty level of the question paper, where we sort the marks obtained by the student from higher to lower, and upper half is the like high performing students and the lower ones are the low performing students. Based on that, we calculate the facilitation value and discrimination index. This is an index which segregates the top scorer from the bottom scorers. And there is a table which is available in the literature, facilitation value and discriminator index, where it says that depending on the values of the facilitation value and discriminator index, whether you can reject or categorize the question paper to improve, easy or difficult, we can categorize. And it so happened that we observed all our questions which we have designed are not falling into the category of reject, rather they are falling into the category of easy and improve. So improvement needs to be made, and a little bit we can try to move towards the accept and some towards the difficult. So these are the some of the takeaways from the open examination which we conducted. So as I mentioned, there is a reject category, there is none, the questions which was prepared. So the challenge is setting up quality question paper by the instructor. So the setting of this question paper, which the direct answer cannot be obtained from the book, the instructor needs to be trained to set the quality question paper, which will enhance the learning outcomes of the student. It is not only setting up the question paper, but while teaching the methodologies adopted in the class, online, offline, blended mode, flipped class, whichever way you are teaching it, you must train the students in such a way, tune them, prepare them for the open book examination. Constructive feedback is must so that student can improve further. So overall, knowing the theoretical knowledge is not enough, but think beyond it to face the real problems. So the student has to improve on the critical and analytical skill. And definitely, when there is the answer is not in the book, and you allow them to refer to the book, so rote learning, mugging up comes down, and which will help also to reduce the dishonesty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Patra, for being well in time and your very interesting presentation on the educational technology, which I think is very much going to be used or utilized by all the teachers like me, including me. So now I open the forum for questions. If there is any question, please raise it. Okay, so it seems there's no question from the audience. So I have one question. For example, so how do, in fact, this is quite challenging to prepare for open examination, open book examination. So how are, in fact, how do you think teachers and professors, they are prepared, and how to prepare them? So have you worked on it?
I cannot say 100% we are done with it, but still we are working it. What we have been doing is nowadays, if I am teaching something, let's say talk about a lithium ion battery, okay, which the students, everyone is using lithium ion battery, which is a secondary battery, rechargeable battery. In the laptop, in the mobile phone, everywhere we are using it. So the normal traditional way of teaching is just to maybe explain it to a PPT or a whiteboard, whatever, you can use it and you explain it to them, or you can show a video to them. The task which I give to the student is that, can you come up with a skit or an activity which will explain this concept? How the exchange of ion is taking place, what is the electrode, what is the electrolyte, how they are functioning. Can you explain in real life? So just to give them some 10 minutes time. Okay, definitely the classes will be a bit noisy and they will be discussing, and they come up with a very good innovative ideas to explain the concept in a form of skit. So which is not the normal way of teaching. For example, you take the corrosion is happening. Can you just walk around the campus and come up with some of the different types of corrosion and justify your answer? So these are the different activity-based teaching which we have been doing it so that when we give a real life problem in the open book, they could try to correlate to it.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Patra. So now we have the last presentation, last talk for the day. So the title of the paper is Role of ICT in Overcoming ICT Challenges in Legal Education. So I invite authors to kindly present their paper and share their presentation.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. And my screen is also visible.
Right, we can see it.
Okay. Right. So just one second.
Professor Adya, your slides are visible. You can start.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, sorry for the delay. I hope I'm visible and audible. I'm Professor Adya. I'm Associate Professor of Law in OP Jindal Global University, and I have my co-authors with me, Aditya Kashyap, who is the researcher on this paper, and we have Professor Sandeep Singh, who is also an assistant professor in OP Jindal Global University. As you can see, the topic that on which I'm presenting is the role of ICT in overcoming contemporary challenges in legal education and judicial process in India. And this is with specific reference to the pandemic situation that happened. So my paper has it basically targets on technology to enhance the access of justice and legal justice delivery system for the common citizens.
Excuse me.
Technology as a
Actually, we cannot see the fully presented mode.
Okay, just one second.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes, yes. Now we can see. Thank you.
So, my presentation focuses on three different aspects when it comes to justice delivery system. One is to make justice more accessible for the common citizens in India and in third world country likewise. Technology as an intrinsic element of the rule of law itself, and considering justicing not as a sovereign function, but as a service which is provided to the community at large. Now, before I go any further, I would just like to point out certain data. The internet density in India is 52%. And this is just the flip side of the coin. We understand that AI and ICT, the role of it is very, very important when it comes to justice delivery system as well as legal education. But there are certain facts that we cannot overlook. So there are certain data that we have gathered through primary and secondary sources. So the internet density, as per the TRAI, the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, the internet density in India is 52%. And 66% of India still lives in villages. And out of this 66% of India, only 20% has access to internet, and 24% people have access to smartphones. So we have to see technology, we have to integrate technology in a way that it is giving inclusive justice to people. Now, we saw that when COVID-19 descended without any warning, it had a severe impact on essential services across India, which included healthcare as well as the justice delivery system, as well as the legal education system. So the Indian legal system took various different steps to combat the problem, which included sanitization, social distancing, temperature checks, and all of that. However, we saw that when the lockdown commenced, it was evident that access to justice cannot be denied to people as such, because it is a function which has to be seen as a service. Now, especially this becomes problematic in case of criminal cases, because in civil cases we see that a certain amount of delay and a lot of pendency happens. But in criminal cases, if we delay the system, then it also leads to a severe impact on the successful completion of investigations, availability and examination of witnesses, and the liberty of people who are under trial. That also suffers because of the delay. Now, for the purposes of our paper, we have analyzed the present situation wherein we see that there are two specific changes that have occurred. One is with regard to the e-filing, and the other is with regard to video conferencing in India. So the Supreme Court of India has come out with several standard operating procedures with regard to same. There are standard operating procedure for digitization. There are standard operating procedures. Where is it? Yes, there are standard operating procedures for digitization. There are standard operating procedures for e-filing of cases. There are standard operating procedure for live streaming, and as well as there are efforts being made towards interlinking of libraries, law libraries across India. And as per the National Judicial Data Grid, we have found out that approximately 27.48% of pending cases are that of our civil cases, which are basically 0 to 1 year old cases, which are there. I think my video has switched off. Okay, right. So these are 27.43% cases, and we see the criminal cases are 26.42%, which are pending in India in several courts of India. The 1 to 3 years of cases are 25.89%, which are pending in civil litigation. 25.25 are criminal cases. 3 to 5 years and 5 to 10 years are somewhere between 19.56% and 18.57%. This is the number of cases which are pending in India. And when I say 18%, I mean these are this is the amount of percentage that is there for 5 to 10 year pending cases. And in legal system, we focus on those cases which are at least between the bracket of 0 to 10%. So the role of ICT becomes all the more important in today's day and time, AI, machine learning, in order to not only give justice, but also for reducing the administrative burden of the courts. Right. So for the purposes, in fact, Richard Susskind in his book, The Future of Law, Facing the Challenges of Information Technology, has stated that technology is an inoperable adjunct to the rule of law. And with that point, we have tried to use the methodology in which we have tried to use, there are two ways which we have done. One is with regard to the use of primary and secondary sources. So we have analyzed the existing literature and the theoretical approaches of the issues at hand, wherein we have tried to explore and analyze the conceptual framework. And using the conceptual framework, sources of empirical research, whatever is examined, we have tried to come up with issues which are there in terms of social legal studies, reports on judicial reform projects, etc. And these findings are analyzed to identify informational aspects of the issue. And finally, we have tried to draw a conclusion on the role of information technology, which can be played in resolving or reducing the problems in question. Secondly, we have also tried to use questionnaires and case studies. So there are two sets of questionnaires which were basically floated to identified stakeholders. The identified stakeholders included academicians, practitioners, few judges, students, and we have tried to analyze what are the different barriers and challenges that they think exist in the integration of AI in the process of justice delivery system as well as legal education. So there are two sets of questionnaires which was floated. One was with regard to the justice delivery system, and one was with regard to the role of legal education. And we also conducted the case studies in two different universities. One was in JGU, which is my university where I am teaching. And one other set of case study was conducted in Symbiosis Law College. The case studies were conducted in two different colleges because we wanted to identify that whether the difference in infrastructure, which is given to the students, impacts their thought process with regard to the barriers which exist in the role of ICT in legal education. So since these are two different universities with different infrastructural, be it softwares, hardwares, etc. available, so we have tried to analyze that and try to identify barriers through that. Now I will basically ask my co-author to go ahead and discuss these barriers so that we can further understand the paper.
Thank you, Professor Adya. So I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to present today, despite the fact that we were supposed to present yesterday, but couldn't because of factors beyond our control. So as Professor has rightly pointed out, AI and machine learning can play a very significant role in the judicial decision-making process and in legal education. And following the research methodology that Professor Adya has outlined, we have identified certain barriers that prevent the widespread integration of AI and machine learning in the decision-making process and in legal education. So the primary of these barriers was the infrastructural barrier. So as we all know, for integration of any information communication technology system or software, there needs to be a certain proper physical infrastructure to be in place. But in case of AI and machine learning, along with the physical infrastructure, there's also the need for a data infrastructure. So any software that uses AI or machine learning needs a data set to operate on. And such a data set needs to be
Presenter, just to in
Hello.
fact let you know that your 10 minutes are
Yeah.
over. So please be considerate.
Okay, thank you. So in case of AI and machine learning, the dataset has to be very well organized and easy to access. In the judicial system, such a dataset might be available at the apex level in the apex court, but as we go down the chain to the lower court, the availability of such a dataset is not possible, and it isn't possible for us to catalog the huge number of cases that are there. And the same goes for universities and colleges. While some of them might be able to create the required data set, others might not be able to do the same because of a lack of funding and various other factors that are out of their control. Now, moving from the tangible to the intangible, we come to the psychological barriers. Now, the primary cause for this psychological barrier that exists in which prevents the adoption of AI and machine learning is that we as legal professionals are quite set in our traditional ways. And psychologist Carol Dweck calls this the fixed versus growth mindset. Now, advocates and professionals, legal professionals, are considered to have a very fixed mindset when it comes to the adoption of newer technologies. And most of the attorneys and advocates are not optimistic when it comes to the adoption of AI, despite the various benefit that it can provide. Now, this can be due to a variety of factors, along with the ethical considerations that lawyers have to take into consideration. The AI and machine learning is quite expensive, and advocates might not be able to implement such a technology judicial system, and legal professionals may need a considerable amount of time to get a hang of the technology, and there needs to be more awareness and training to ensure that the potential benefits of AI and machine learning are properly utilized. Now, the lack of training and awareness can be addressed by ensuring that the specific people are identified from within the system, and they are trained and provided with the proper education and trained properly to ensure that there's a smooth transition as we go from a more physical based judicial system to a more AI driven and ICT driven judicial system. Now, as skepticism exists in the legal community, there's also skepticism that exists in the general population. And there has often been hesitancy in public to adopt newer technology in the past. be well founded in some of the cases, as there might be certain biases that seep into the algorithms.
Aditya, I think your
Yeah.
video frame is freezing, right? So maybe you can switch off your video for good data communication.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I was saying that as the skepticism exists in the legal community, there's also certain skepticism that exists in the general population. And as we all know, the common public is often quite hesitant when it comes to the adoption of newer technology. There is a similar hesitancy when it comes to the adoption of AI. Now, there's a fear that the decisions given by AI are not as correct as the ones given by the judges. Now, such a skepticism might be well founded in some of the cases, but it is likely to cause a significant delay in the adoption of AI in judicial decision making process. Now, such claims of incorrect decisions are generally based on two factors. First is the biases that seep into the algorithms, and second is the missing human element, which is essential in many of the cases. Now, there are a variety of ways through which biases can actually contaminate a computer algorithm. So the data set which a AI runs on is based on historical and previous human decisions, which might represent certain historical and social inequities. Now, such biases can be extremely detrimental when it comes to judicial decisions and especially criminal decisions, which can have life-changing ramifications for the parties involved. And this is why it becomes extremely important to consider the humane element, and actually the ability to correctly interpret legal precedent requires a lot of training. And it is important for the decision makers to consult with the parties and get to know the other factors involved other than the statutory law and the previous decisions. Now, when it comes to this particular task, computers simply aren't able to perform it as well as people can. It is not easy to always find a straightforward solution to legal problems. When there's a question of law, the answer is always never something straightforward that can be discovered by just consulting a statute, a rule book, or previous precedent. The legal system is built on precedent, but there will always be people who disagree with the decisions that have been made in previous cases, and there will be instances where said precedent is reversed. Because of this, it becomes extremely essential for us to contextualize the events, which is something that is simply beyond the capabilities of majority of the AI software. Now, even though there are these barriers that exist, it is important for us to utilize AI and machine learning as much as possible. And there are steps that we can take to deal with these barriers. We should and we must strive for the integration of AI and machine learning, as long as we are able to ensure that the principles of justice, equity, good conscience, and natural justice are followed. Now, we would like to open the forum for any questions.
Yeah. Is there any question, anybody? Okay, so Aditya, it seems there's no question from any of the, in fact, participant. So here we conclude our session. So I would like to thank all the presenter for their wonderful presentation, right? So on education technology and computer science, and also government and technology, right? So thank you everybody for maintaining the time and closing the session on time. So with this note, we'll see you again in the next session.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So, dear audience, good morning, good afternoon, good day to everyone gathered here. So, this is Dr. Sahaya Aurelia from the Department of Computer Science. We as a department, we do have undergraduate, postgraduate research courses where we deal with applications, sciences, in terms of computer, in terms of applications, in terms of all the other advanced courses as well, in terms of specialization. So happy to be with you all here to be the session chair, which comes under the category of computer science, education technology, technology and government. So I hope you had a great time all these days under the umbrella of the single conference which dealt with the ICT integration in technical education, which is of course the need of our, along with the International Conference of Entertainment Technology and Management. As we are already aware, the trends and the expectations of the students are changing day by day. We are expected to update and compete ourselves, increase our competency to go along with the expectations of these students. So the conference ETLTC 2023 and conference ICETM 2023 under various special tracks, basically technology assistant language learning and educational technologies, are playing a major role in terms of knowledge exchange. So with this introduction, let me give some briefing about what is expected out of this session, certain criteria. So I would strongly recommend the audience to use Zoom chat line for questions, for comments. And also, please make sure that if you have any questions later, a Google form will be shared to you. So you can enter your questions where it will be circulated in case if you don't have enough time. Also, all the presenters, here is a note for you. 15 minutes, 20 minutes is allocated for each presentation, where 15 minutes is given for your presentation and the last 5 minutes is for Q&A. As Dr. Roy mentioned, this is the longest session of this whole conference. So we will strictly follow the timing so that we go as per the schedule. Audience, please ensure that your last 4 minutes you keep in your mind so that you take time to wrap up and proceed further. And also, as you start, please give an introduction and then proceed. That will help us to go on further. So with this note, I wish the presenters all the very best for their presentation. Let's have a fruitful session and a wonderful knowledge sharing. And end of the day, we should have a satisfaction. Yes, I learned something new today. Yes, I'm happy I shared what I know today. With this note, with a happy note, let me call upon paper ID 4304, RK Shakar and Dhanushri, Tong Vigdo and Yongchi, who are going to speak about development of an unmanned aircraft system for disaster environment. Over to the team. We will be happy if you switch on your video so that we will feel we are connected more. All the best, team paper ID 4304. Over to you.
Hello, can you hear me, Professor?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. So let me begin my presentation. I'll share my screen.
Yes, please. And yeah,
Can you see my screen, Professor?
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
Okay.
And is it okay if you can adjust your camera a bit? Will that be fine?
Okay, let me try.
Yes,
Oh, is it good now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
All right. All the best to you.
Okay, Professor. Thank you very much. So actually, I'm living in Tokyo. So I think for us, it's good afternoon, but maybe for India, I think it will be good morning or something. I'm sorry, but if I actually don't know for sure. So this
You're
is
right.
our.
We are good morning.
Okay, Rosa.
We are under good morning state.
Okay. So this is about our project, which would be development of an unmanned aircraft system for disaster environments. So the terminologies that I'll be using in this project are UAV, which stands for Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, and UA stands for Unmanned Aircraft System, and ROS stands for Robot Operating System, while YOLO stands for, which is the algorithm that is mainly used for object recognition. You only look once, and HSV is the color model, hue, saturation, and value. In my contents, first of all, I will give a brief introduction what an UAS is, then disaster environment, then my background and motivation, then goals and objectives. Then actually we participated in a competition in Japan, which is called RoboCup Open FRC Challenge. So I will give a brief explanation about that project, and then about my systems overview, then the results and conclusion and future works of our system. So UAV stands for Unmanned Aircraft System, and people always use UAS, UAV, drone interchangeably, but UAS stands for the entire package which is needed to operate the system, and it consists of the UAV itself and the equipment that is necessary for the operation of the aircraft. Some of the users or the applications of UASs are like in my project, I use this for disaster management, but not only that, in the agriculture field, military field, in the photography field, in all those fields, this is widely used nowadays. And in this picture, it is the drone which is developed by the DJI company, and it is the Telo drone. Disaster environment. So my project is indebted towards the disaster environment. So in disaster environments, images are necessary information of real-time disaster environments. And this is a very vital factor for search and rescue operations. And the main advantage that a drone has over a human is the speed that it can reach the spots that humans can't reach. So other advantages would be like the drones can fly into dangerous locations that may contain radioactive materials, and sometimes they can also work as temporary communication networks. An example would be an electrical failure. Then USS also provide medical assistance. And this is my background and actually our group's motivation towards doing this project. In 2020 May, amidst the coronavirus situation, in a remote area of Scottish Highlands, drones were used to deliver COVID-19 test kits, and this is reported to have reduced the delivery time drastically. And in 2022 April, floodings and landslides struck some provinces in South Africa, and the South African National Defence Force used drones to capture aerial photographs, and this helped to analyze and access those areas. So our team's goal would be to develop an UAS for disaster response environments, but as our objectives or short-term goals, we would like to reach near autonomous stage, and also we would like to participate in drone competitions such as search and rescue competitions, and we would like to evaluate and upgrade the existing system. These are some of other projects that is conducted in this field. The first one is design and implementation of the semi-autonomous mobile research and rescue robot, which is named as Salver. And this is not a drone, actually, this is a ground robot. And this robot is very good at mapping. And then the second project, which is about a research rescue robot called Robi. In it, to overcome the need of manual victim recognition and mapping, a ROS-based package based on Octomap and YOLO is developed. So actually, as our objective, I explained that we want to participate in different competitions, and recently, as our first project, as our first competition, we participated in a competition called RoboCup Japan Open Flying Robot Challenge. Now I will explain a bit about this competition. The objective of this competition is to save lives and find causes fast and safer, utilizing flying robots. And this is very crucial in rescue situations. And we had to undergo many challenges, such as entering through a window, then mapping the entire environments, recognizing the location of signatures and humans, then takeoff and landing in uneven grounds, and many more. So these are some overview of the disaster environments that the RoboCup Japan is creating. And I think I have a clear video of that. Actually, this is the video of the competition ground that we participated, 2022. And as you can see, these are known as the windows, simulated environment. We have to go through those windows to reach the disaster environment, which would, in this case, this would be the disaster environment. And we have to land in this patch. And then we had to identify these signs. As you can see, there are many small signs, the red sign, then we had to identify this human. Like that, then we had to identify this fire extinguisher through our drone, then that bag, human, all that. And finally, when we come here, we had to autonomously pass our drone to the end of these obstacles, and we had to follow a certain, a particular colored rope. And then we had to land in the latter, this H mark. So that's the competition. So let me go back to my presentation. Sorry. Yeah. So this is our team. We consist of 3 members, all from the University of Aizu, and we were supervised by our professor, Professor Yuichi Yaguchi, and actually he helped us a lot. So this is another competition overview. So this was us 3 controlling the drone through Wi-Fi network. And then, as I think you paid attention to the video, and we had to go through the window and do those challenges. So this is our developed system. For the easiness of developing, we made the system into 4 subsystems, namely the controlling system, window invading system, detecting system, and rope tracing system. And in the controlling system, mainly the basic controls of the drone was developed, such as move forward, move left, rotate, switching to the subsystems. That was done in the controlling system. And then this was the window invading system. First, we were hovering and stabilizing the tello, and then we converted from the RGB model to HSV model. We basically did this because to detect color, we ran many test cases, and it was what we got to know was like HSV model is very good at tracking colors, red, green, and blue. So we used the HSV model. Then we thresholded the color values so that we can binarize, label, and the target detection. And then we made the automatic movement of the tello to invade the window. As you can see in the original window, there are many colored cones, and in the second image, after the thresholding process, in the first part, only the red color, only the in the second part, only the yellow, only the blue, like that. When we adjust the HSV values, we can get the colored, we can track the color like that. And in the next image, the binary image is depicted. And then let me explain about our detection system. So the in this case, we use the YOLO version 7 for our system. Basically, we use this YOLO v7 object detection algorithm because it's open source and it is fast. And we had to track this in real time. And actually, we were given only 20 minutes to complete one trial. So the time factor was a crucial thing for us. So we thought of getting using YOLO v7 because it was extremely fast. Then also, in many cases, when the system is fast, then it gets the lower detection accuracy. But in this case, we got a higher detection accuracy. So that was another thing for us to go for the YOLO v7. Then these are some of the objects that we had to detect. As you can see, the humans, and then hazmats, and then objects, emergency bags, and then fire extinguishers, and many other objects that we had to identify. And then this is the rope tracing system. So actually we got this, we kind of had this idea because we use some kind of a similar process for invading the window. So first of all, we removed, after stabilizing the window, we removed the unwanted area, because like when many ropes are visible to the drone camera, then there's a higher probability of like making mistakes. Therefore, we cropped the area, then converted from RGB to HSV model, then detected color using threshold, then binarizing, labeling, and rope detection, and then automatic movement. As you can see, the detected rope from our system, in this case, it can detect like very accurately. Let me explain about our results in here. These are the results of our window invading system. Pre-trial 2, and pre-trial 3 are before the RoboCup. Actually, before getting selected to the RoboCup competition, there was a small competition in our university. And after getting through that competition, we thought of participating in the main RoboCup competition. And as you can see, our window invading system was quite good. In all the cases, we detected the marker. Marker is this color patch, and these are these two small window and the large window. And in all the cases, the result was success. That means like we can get through the window quite well. And when we look at the results of the detecting system, there are mainly 3 systems: humans, equipment, and hazmat. And in the equipment detection, we were quite strong, because in the trial 3 and trial 3 of the RoboCup competition, we detected all those elements with text. But in the case of humans, we couldn't display the human in 2 of the cases. That means like this label didn't come up. And it's the hazmat detection part. We have to improve a lot in our system, because many of the things we missed to recognize. And then in the rope tracing level, as you can see, the color of the rope was detected, and then automation level is here. And in our last 2 trials, we even tried a higher elevation, and we achieved a successful result. So I think it was also a good opportunity for us than the object recognition part. So these are the final results of the competition. And actually, this is based on the time and all those, also the autonomous level, and the number of crashes or restarting the system. And actually, we became the 4th place in the we got the 4th place in the competition. And from this project experience, this is our conclusion. The research project mainly focuses on the development of the US for disaster environments. And from our successful participation in this competition, it showed that our system is capable to perform successfully in disaster environments. And of course, we have to make some additional developments. And in future, we intend to participate in many more drone competitions, mainly because of the invaluable experience we got through this competition. And as the future work, we have to smooth the rope tracing system, because in higher elevations, our system sometimes did not work well. So we have to work on that part. And also we have to make a system for mapping. Maybe we will use a SLAM based mapping so that we can track the objects more clearly, detect and localize the obstacles more clearly. So these are the references, and thank you very much for listening to our project. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was indeed a very good, clear presentation. You maintained the flow of the presentation. I could see great clarity in your presentation. And for that, I would like to place a special appreciation to you and your whole team. And your work, the work which you have shared has proved that wonderfully you have done a real hard work behind this. So now I would like to open, first of all, the forum to the audience. Do you have any doubts or any point for improvement which can help Ravindu and team to take this work to the next level? So let's first open the forum for the audience so that from there on we will take it up. Any suggestions, any comments, any questions? Audience?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
please, with pleasure.
It's not a question, it's more of a suggestion, because I heard that a few days ago a new version of the YOLO algorithm was announced, the YOLO V8. So maybe in your future work, you could implement the new version of the algorithm.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will try to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Anybody else would like to volunteer to give any inputs or any question? Okay, so I do have some questions for you, just for clarification. What was the accuracy rate as far as the image detection was concerned?
I think it was 90% of accuracy, but actually, Professor, I didn't include that because, like, although in this competition we had to recognize whether it was a small object or a big object or like that. So although it identified the object, most of the cases it failed to identify whether it was a small object or a large object. So in the object identification phase, it was 90 or 92 in some cases, but in that small, large or medium, it failed. So that would be the answer for that.
All right. So maybe when you have mentioned about the time duration also, you can mention one word about the accuracy, which is one of the very important criteria as far as your work is concerned in terms of object detection. Secondly, it would be great if you can share with us what were the top 3 challenges you faced as far as the implementation phase is concerned?
Mainly one, although this is not related to our project, like this is not our main research, and also for the other two students. So this was basically another project that we participated. So most of the time, we didn't have that much of time to improve this system because we had other courses and all those things. So that was one of the main challenges. And the other thing was, like, we lacked so much knowledge in some areas. So actually I put the mapping system as a future work, because purely, like, none of us had a better knowledge about the mapping systems and all that. So even though we tried to implement, we couldn't do that. So that was another challenge. And I think those two would be the main challenges we face, Professor.
All right. Okay. So you mentioned about the detection based on marker based. Yes. Why didn't you go for a markerless setup?
Markerless setup. Because actually, like, one of our team members had a greater knowledge about the YOLO system. So one idea was that, so in the time frame, we can complete that more quickly. And in the when we think about the competition, we had to create some system like very quickly so that we can face the competition, Professor. So that's why we went with this system. And maybe in the future, we will definitely consider, because we another have 1 year ahead. So we can complete your, like, we can think about your suggestion, Professor.
Yes. Professor Patrick has raised a question which is there in the chat box. Maybe you can look over that. As we have run short of time, we have to go ahead with the next presentation. So we can see the question and respond to that. Will that be fine with you?
You mean like a chat, Professor?
Yes.
Okay, okay, Professor, I'll do that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick, for raising that question. Your question will be answered. Thank you so much. With this, we move on to the next presentation. Again, appreciation to the whole team of paper number 4304. And next, we move on to paper number 1978. That's my year of birth. All right. So, which is authored by Professor Nicholas and Minas, where the title of the paper is UGV Energy Aware Coverage Path Planning. So over to you, Professor Nicholas and Minas team. All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Professor, we are able to see your screen. You're good to go. All the best. Professor, you aren't audible. Can you please? Yeah, I'm not able to. Yes, now
you cannot hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you, Professor.
I have a problem sharing my computer audio. Give me.
Now it's fine. Now it's fine. We can hear you.
Hello everyone, my name is Nicolas Baras, and today I will present you our research work with title UGV Energy Aware Coverage Path Planning. This is the outline of the presentation. First, I will give you an introduction to the problem. Then we will talk about the importance of coverage path planning. We will discuss some open problems and limitations of current coverage path planning algorithms that can be found in literature. Then we will present the proposed algorithm of this paper. We will talk about some of its limitations. And finally, we will close with some words about our current research and our future work. Over the last decades, robotic vehicles and embedded systems are constantly increasing in popularity. More specifically, the usage of autonomous vehicles in many sectors, such as agriculture, exploration of underwater areas, space missions, and more, is constantly increasing. We notice that there is a lack of vehicle routing software. And more specifically, there is increasing need of coverage path planning software in real-world environments. What is coverage path planning? Coverage path planning is a type of algorithm used in robotics and automation to determine the best path for a robot or machine to move in order to cover a specific area or region. The goal of coverage path planning is to ensure that the entire area is thoroughly explored while minimizing the distance traveled by the robot. This can be used in a variety of applications, such as mapping, inspection, surveillance, and cleaning. Why is coverage path planning important? First, we have exploration and mapping. Coverage path planning can be used to explore and map large and complex environments, such as agricultural fields, mines, and buildings. It allows robots or unmanned ground vehicles, UGVs, to thoroughly cover an area while minimizing the distance traveled. Two, we have inspection and surveillance. Coverage path planning can be used to plan paths for robots or UGVs to inspect and survey large and complex environments. Three, we have cleaning and maintenance. Coverage path planning can be used to plan paths for robots or UGVs, such as buildings, airports, and mines. It allows for efficient and thorough cleaning and maintenance. Three, we have multi-robot coordination. Excuse me, four, we have multi-robot coordination. We have coverage path planning algorithms that can coordinate the movement of multiple robots, such as mines, agricultural fields, and buildings. Using these algorithms, the efficiency and effectiveness of the coverage can be improved. And five, we have real-time performance. Coverage path planning can be used to quickly generate solutions quickly enough to meet real-time requirements in certain applications, such as surveillance, mining, and agriculture. This allows robots or UGVs to act on a situation in real time and make decisions accordingly. Of course, not all coverage path planning algorithms have these features, but these are the most common ones. There are several open issues and limitations of coverage path planning algorithms. Some of them are the complexity of the environment. Coverage path planning algorithms can have difficulty operating in environments with obstacles, dynamic obstacles, or changing terrain. Multi-robot coordination. Coordinating the movement of multiple robots to cover a large area can be challenging, as each robot's path must be planned to avoid collisions and ensure that the entire area is covered. Combining coverage with other tasks. Combining coverage path planning with other tasks, such as collecting samples or inspecting specific regions, can be challenging, as it requires balancing the trade-off between coverage and other objectives. And finally, we have energy efficiency. Some coverage path planning algorithms consume a lot of energy, which can be a problem in environments where power is limited, such as remote or underwater locations. The proposed algorithm attempts to give a solution to the problems 2, the multi-robot situation, and 4, energy efficiency. More specifically, we propose a unified algorithm for coverage path planning in 2-dimensional environments, customizable in terms of the number of vehicles. It supports 1 or more vehicles. It is customizable in terms of the types of vehicles. Each vehicle can have different characteristics, such as speed, and it takes into account energy efficiency for each robot. Some robots may consume more energy than others. This is a diagram of the proposed algorithm. It consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the initialization of the data. This stage initializes the algorithm and the data that will give us input to the algorithm, such as the environment dimensions, the different layers that it contains, the number of robots, its characteristics, things like that. The second stage basically consists of two parts, the single robot situation and the multi-robot situation. The single robot situation is simple. We have one robot and this robot will traverse the whole environment. So there's not much here. The multi-robot situation is what's interesting because we have to divide the total area into sub-areas for each robot. The paths and the areas of the robots must not overlap or have any other conflict. And the area assigned to each robot must fit the energy requirements. Finally, we have the third stage, which based on the area location, we generate the spanning tree for the whole environment, and then we generate the final path for each robot using one other algorithm. All the data that we input to the algorithm and we get out of the algorithm are in a JSON format. So the first stage. In the first stage, the user inputs the data into the algorithm. The data format is JSON and includes the following information: environment dimensions, environment layers, including an accessibility factor for each layer, an array that describes the environment using an array and for each cell the layer that is used, the number of vehicles, their available energy and their consumption on each layer, their starting points and areas that they cannot traverse. The second stage performs, as we mentioned earlier, the area division for each robot. The algorithm divides the total area into smaller sub-areas for each robot and must comply with the requirements and the capabilities of each robot. For example, if robot 2 cannot traverse layer 3, the assigned area to robot 2 will not contain any cells marked as layer 3. In the third stage, we use the spanning tree coverage to generate the final path plans. The basic idea is to construct the minimum spanning tree, MST, of the area to be covered, which is a tree that connects all the points in the area with a minimum total edge weight. Once the minimum spanning tree is constructed, the robots can move along the edges of the tree to cover the entire area. For the spanning tree generation, we use Prim's algorithm. Once the minimum spanning tree is constructed, the robots can move along the edges of the tree to cover the area. The robots can move in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction along with the edges. In the context of Prim's algorithm, the path plans generated for the specific sub-areas are guaranteed to be optimal, meaning that they will minimize the coverage time while ensuring that the area is covered. It is worth noting that if the sub-areas have not been divided properly, even if Prim's algorithm generates optimal paths for the given spanning trees, the final paths of the robots will be problematic and suboptimal. The proposed algorithm is a powerful tool for generating path plans for a group of robots to cover an area, but it does have some limitations. First is the assumptions. The algorithm makes an assumption about the environment, such as a static environment, and the robots have constant speed. It can be less effective in dynamic environments, where the environment of the robot's position changes during the coverage. It has limited scalability, even though the K-means algorithm can be relatively easy to scale, as it has a linear time complexity with respect to the number of data points. The performance of our implementation can be limited when the number of robots increases, as it can be difficult to divide the area into smaller sub-areas and assign robots to them tailored to the energy requirements. And there is the third limitation, the limited robustness. The proposed algorithm can be sensitive to the initial conditions, and the final path plans may be highly dependent on the initial conditions of the robots and the environment. In this period of time, we are working on incorporating parallel and distributed computing. The proposed algorithm can be improved by incorporating parallel and distributing computing techniques to speed up the computation time. This mainly affects the area division part, which is the most computational expensive part of the algorithm. We are also working on the expansion of the supported specification and characteristics for the robots, such as different speed based on the layer, different energy requirements for specific moves, support for adding a specific point, visit requirement for robots. In the future, we are planning to incorporate dynamic constraints to the algorithm, such as time-varying obstacles or dynamic changes in the coverage requirements. The current model of the algorithm does not have the concept of time. It generates the spanning trees given that the area is properly divided for each robot, and the final path is given from the traverse of the spanning tree. In order to be able to add the concept of time to the system, several changes have to be made in the area division and spanning tree coverage algorithms. This will also allow us to add real-time data input support. The algorithm will be able to receive information about the environment and the robot's conditions, such as the current location of moving obstacles, the condition of the robots, unexpected errors that may occur, and modify the remaining path in real time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Nicholas, for that presentation, for that short and sweet presentation, for covering the technicalities, including the limitations, the flow, and things like that. Indeed, it was great presentation. We have taken some good points from that as well. So I would like to invite the other participants to give any inputs, any questions or any suggestions, any clarifications is needed in this regard. Now the forum is open. Yes, are there anybody who can come forward? Even you can appreciate their work via chat box. They have taken time, effort to come up and present the paper and one of the interesting areas. So it would be great if we get some chat box messages as appreciation for their work. And any questions? All right, Professor Nicholas, I have just one or two questions for you. Just discussion. Firstly is the biggest challenge based on the limitations, what you have mentioned, the biggest challenge, what I see is the scalability as far as the robotic is concerned. So what is your plan to fix that limitation, or how are you working on that?
Thank you for your question. As I have mentioned in the presentation, the scalability is indeed a problem, but the algorithm, the k-means algorithm that we use for the area division can actually scale pretty well. We just have to do our custom implementation because there are many aspects that we take into account because each robot has different characteristics such as energy consumption and things like that. So we have to make a really special implementation of the k-means algorithm in order to be able to scale. I think this is the challenge. This is the main problem that
Right.
we have. Yes.
Yes. Secondly, when we go for a larger application, say, for example, in a smart city where your particular work is going to be implemented, when we go for a larger scale implementation of your work, what are the other additional attributes or criteria which we have to keep in mind when we want to take this work as a future enhancement for a larger scale?
I think, to be honest, that the algorithm that we propose in this paper is not that suited for a smart city, because a smart city is a dynamic environment and there are many real-time inputs that we have to take. Our algorithm is not very good in dynamic environments. The algorithm would be better suited for static environments such as agriculture, or maybe, I don't know, a robot vacuum cleaner that cleans the house, these kinds of environments that are static. So in a smart city, we would have to make a lot of changes and adaptations to be able to use this algorithm.
Fine, fine. Thank you so much. We will, we got an open research project where even Professor Nicholas' work, when we consider the static setup into the dynamic environment, there are a lot of scopes to be enhanced in a smart city perspective as well. Am I right, Dr. Nicholas?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it was a wonderful work. With this, we move on to the next paper ID 3351, Citra and Kashmir, for their paper titled CNN Architecture based on BGG 16 model for SIBI sign language. Over to you, Chitra and Kashmir.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Yes, we are able to see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for this change. To allow me to present in this time in conference ETLTC-ICETM 2023 at the University of Aizu, Japan. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Citra Swardi. I'm from Ciputra University, Indonesia. Okay. Now I will start to present our research by the title CNN Architecture based on VGG 60 model for CB sign language recognition. Okay, what is a deafness? Deafness is the inability to hear or decreased ability to hear. It can be because a variety of factor. One of is genetic, and according to World Health Organization, there are 1.5 billion people be deafness and hearing loss. And we know deafness is there are two types. It is temporary and permanent. And deafness, you communicate using nonverbal. Where they use generally using sign language. And according one of research from Anik Nurhandayani and team, they say communication between deaf people and human normal is not well because of several people don't know hand sign language, so it's make a bad communication between them. But we know technology is constantly developed and trying to help all human activity. We know one of technology being hits now is artificial intelligence or AI, and we think it can be used to overcome communication problems. According to research by several expert in the AI, they say CNN algorithm is the primary trend for solving using recognition problem. So based on these things that have been, we try to research the effectiveness from the CNN algorithm, especially VGG16 architecture in recognizing sign language pattern. For this case is formal sign language in Indonesia, namely CB. Okay, this is a architecture from VGG16. There are 30 layers from convolutional layer, and there are 3 VC layer. I mean, fully connected layer. Okay, this is our step to make our research. First, our step is image acquisition, and the second image processing and training data. This step, image acquisition, we get 12 respondent to help us get a data set where every respondent we get 30,000 data for all alphabet. And this is one sample for our Beijing dataset, first our dataset. Next step is image processing. This step, we cropping all data we have before. We using handke point for detect join, and distance measure from the first point of the join we get, and cropping the image. And this is one of sample cropping data. We're cropping data. This is a sample for success cropping, and this is unsuccessful cropping. So for data or image were unsuccessful to cropping, we delete from our data set. So the last time we get data set is 7072 data set we use for training data. Now this is our training data. When we training data, we get accuracy 99.29% from VGG 16 CNN architecture. Okay, and after we training data, we get also, of course, we get a model, and we train the model, we testing the model for two picture, a different picture, different situation of picture with our data set. This is our image testing, data testing, I mean. You can see this is different with our data set. So from this step, we get a testing accuracy 35.61%. It's a low accuracy. We think this is because of our data is really different with our data set. Our data testing is different with data set. So it's maybe make we have a low accuracy. Okay, this is my conclusion. So based on our research, we get accuracy of 99.29% for training data, but for testing, it gets a low accuracy. We get a value of 34.91%. So from this research, we get that if each data we use to training data is not varied, then there is a possibility when testing using data with random lightning condition or random background, obtain a low accuracy value. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Chitra, right?
Chitra, yeah.
Chitra, for that wonderful presentation, for taking all the effort to join our conference from Indonesia.
Thank you.
You have given a different dimension to our conference. Thank you so much for that. First, I would really like to appreciate you for making a paper and identifying the failures where accuracy level is low. We have found out this reason. These are the things. So my special appreciation for that. So now I would like to open up the forum for questions. Any point of suggestions, improvement, which will help Chitra to conduct better research and to improve her work. So the forum is open. Okay, fine. So Chitra, I have few questions, suggestions, or things. Fine. So what are, when you divided, you have, what was your testing and your training ratio? How have you divided your data set, the ratio? Can you tell me that?
Can you repeat, Prof?
Yes. So when you get your data set, you will divide as testing and training ratio, right? Out of 100, you will be divided. This much is going to be my training data set, and this much is going to be my testing data set. What was the division ratio?
Division ratio. I'm so sorry, Professor. Actually, my English is really, it's not good. So maybe I don't get your point.
Okay, fine. Your English is good. We can able to understand. Okay, and more than that, we appreciate your efforts. That's what we see. All right. Okay, so my question was, when you have a data set, when you're doing some testing and when you are doing from some training, in your slide, you have mentioned about the training, you got more than 90%. When you tested, you got more than 34%. How was the data set divided? What was the percentage change?
Okay, thank you, Professor. To make better, right? Is your question?
Go ahead.
Okay. To make our research better, you can, for data set, maybe you can give variant from your data set to you use to training. So when you try to testing, you will get better accuracy because your training data is variant. Maybe like this, maybe like that.
Okay, fine. What about the hidden layers?
Hidden layers.
Maybe you can consider and connect that as well, right?
Okay.
All right. Okay, fine.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chitra, as well as Kashmir, who have authored paper number 3351. All the best. Thank you so much for joining. One initiative. Good start. All right. So with this, we move ahead to the next paper, paper number 3758, which is authored by Konstantinos Vaglis and Lonis and George. Apologies if I haven't pronounced your name correctly. So these authors will be sharing their research work on an online open source system for the digitization of teachers' application to the Directorate of Education. Over to you, authors, and all the very best.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen now. I hope you see it. Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Konstantinos Kirkos, and I will present you an online open source system for the digitization of teachers' application to the Directorate of Education. The main objective of digital transformation of the public sector is the improvement of the services to the citizens, offered to the citizens, by providing them with an easy-to-use digital services to meet their needs. This is achieved by using technology to replace manual tasks or tasks that require citizens' physical presence and transforming them from physical to digital. Moreover, apply innovative solutions to solve problems of physical processes, focusing on their simplification and the improvement of user service. The need to transform public sector processes from physical to digital became clearer during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences on the operation of public services, when it turned out that the digital transformation of both public and private sectors, combined with the necessary digital skills of both employees and citizens, were the main factors that decisively contributed to the continuation of the state operation under extreme conditions such as those of the COVID-19 pandemic. During this period, the majority of governments worldwide made a remarkable effort to provide digital services for the needs of the citizens. The Greek government put particular emphasis on the digital transformation of the public sector, as numerous administrative processes were digitized, while at the same time, a series of important initiatives began to interconnect registers and databases, promoting the digital governance of the Greek public sector. The existing platforms were upgraded and the utilization of the available infrastructure was extended. The current situation here in Greece, the Directorate of Education consists of 5 departments: the IT department, the administration department, personnel, finance, and educational affairs. The procedure followed by a teacher in order to be served from the Directorate of Education is the following. First, the teacher should fill the application, submit it to the protocol office. The application should be assigned to an employee. The Council of the Directorate of Education should review the application and issue a decision. An employee of the Directorate should create a document for that decision, and this document should be sent to the teacher by mail to the school that he serves. The statistical solution to digitize this process was to analyze, design, and create a fully functional open source web application. The aim of the application was to digitize the management of secondary school teachers' requests to the Directorate of Education, such as applications to get a position to a school unit, applications to receive permission to get a part-time job, and other applications from teachers to the Directorate of Education. The whole process from the submission of the application to the notification of the decision of the service to the Service Council to the teacher concerned is completed digitally, and the teacher is informed at all stages of the processing of his or her application, either through the application or by email. The application is addressed to three user groups. First of all, teachers who work at the schools that belong to a specific directorate of education, employees who work at the Directorate of Education, and the administrators who also work at the Directorate of Education but have administrative privileges in the application, as well as the same functionality as the second user group. The main goal of the web application is to provide teachers with a new digital way to communicate and be served by the Directorate of Education where they belong. And the employees will have the ability to get immediate access to the applications submitted by the teachers and manage them. The application was developed using exclusively open source software and technologies such as HTML, CSS, PHP, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap framework, PHP Mailer, jQuery UI Picker, MySQL database, and Apache Web Server. Open source software and technologies were selected as it is software that everyone can access, modify, or improve its source code. The advantages of the open source software are, first of all, the reliability of the software, especially after the initial stages of its development, where the necessary tests and corrections of possible errors have been made. Second, less hardware requirements due to the possibility of adapting the software to user needs, independence from suppliers, and significantly lower cost of acquiring, installing, and upgrading the software. In the European Union, the Commission leverages the transformative, innovative, and collaborative power of open source, encouraging the sharing and the use of software solutions, knowledge, and expertise to deliver better European services that enrich society and focus on lowering costs to that society. The open source market is growing in the European Union by about 8.5% every year, and it is estimated to be about 30 billion euros in the European Union. The number of people working in the open source software industry is estimated at about 300,000 in the European Union and about 1.5 million in the rest of the world. Here we can see the tables, the 20 tables that consist the database designed and developed for this project. This is a MySQL database, and the list of tables we can see here contains tables that includes user information, tables for users' information, tables for the application details, and tables for the settings of the web application. The application is available on the web server of the Directorate of Education of Ioannina here in Greece through its website on the link we can see here. Here we can see the screenshot of the application's homepage, and please note that the web application have been developed in Greek language, so all the screenshots are in Greek language. Let's take a look at the functions available in the application. First of all, for teachers, the available functions for teachers user group are register, remind password, update personal data, change password, management of available applications, including add new, print, or view application, applications archive, and teachers can send messages through the application to the Directorate of Education. For the employees user group, the available functions are view school information, update school information, search teachers, view teachers information, restore inactive teacher, add new teacher, update teachers information, change teacher's password, activate teacher's account, management of teachers' applications, including view, print, assign protocol number, add answer, change status of an application, search applications, management of teachers' messages through the system, view, reply, or change status of a message, update personal information, and change password. For the administrators, user group, the available functions, in addition to the functions available for the employees for the Directorate of Education, are add new school, delete teacher, add new user, update personal information, change password, deactivate user, update information of Directorate of Education, add a new school year, and define active school year. All the previous functions available to the users of the web application are implemented with 131 PHP files, including a few thousand lines of code, one CSS file, one MySQL database, and various PHP, CSS, and JS files used by the open source libraries and frameworks built into the application, such as Bootstrap, PHP Mailer, and the jQuery Picker. The application was installed on the web server of the Directorate of Secondary Education of Ioannina here in Greece, and it is available online to the public since August 11th, 2022. Teachers have the opportunity to submit their applications either to the Directorate of Secondary Education of Ioannina, either through the application or by submitting the handwriting application to the Public Service Protocol Office. Since then, 290 teachers out of the total of about 1,000 teachers who belong to the above public service have asked to register to the system and have their accounts activated. 224 applications were submitted through the application from teachers who wanted to select a school unit to work for the school year 2022-2023, while 78 additional applications of the same time were sent through email to the protocol office of the Directorate of Education. This means that about 75% of the total applications were submitted through the created web application. 20 more other types of applications have been submitted through the web application, and 7 messages have been sent through it. It is believed that in the future, as the application and its features are becoming even more familiar to teachers, online requests will be used even more, moving towards to the complete digitization of the process. Although the developed web application covers all its initial objectives, it is under constant development as there is always a need to add additional functionality as well to improve the existing one. In its future versions, it is planned the following features to be added. First of all, the ability to sign up and log into the application from teachers using their account on the Greek School Network and the central user authentication service of the Greek School Network, which is provided in web applications that are hosted on the infrastructure of the Greek School Network and other educational partners. Second, we plan to add new user groups for the employees at the protocol office of the Directorate of Education who will be able to print and submit applications and add the protocol number for them. New types of applications, such as applications for recognition of a master's or doctoral degree or recognition of a teacher's previous work experience, ability to import data of schools and teachers from a file, and an application installer on web server. We can take a look, if you like, at the application, and as it is online right now on the web server of the Directorate of Education of Ioannina. This is the homepage of the application. At the top of the page here, we can see some instructions for the teachers or the users who want to use this application. As I said, everything here is in Greek, so I will try to describe you some of the available functions. Here there are 2 forms, one from the right side here for the registration of a new user, and on the left side there is a form for the user, for the already registered users that want to log in to the system, filling out their email and their password, checking the Google reCAPTCHA box, and clicking here on the button, they get into the system. This is the first page, the home page of the system for the administrators of the application, where you can see here all the pending applications on the system. And clicking the corresponding button, the administrator, you can see a list of the pages of the pending applications. Here's on this list, there is one application pending. You can see the name of the teacher, the protocol number, the date of the protocol number, a unique code for the application created by the system. And this button here, details, you can see all the details of the application. Here's the text of the application, the subject here, and the teacher's details here. At the top of the page, there is the application menu, where we can find all the available functions for every user group. Let's see here, this is the teachers menu. This is the search teachers function. We can fill in this criteria here and search for the teachers that comply with this criteria. Let's search for teachers, for example, teaching computer science in schools here in Ivana, Greece. We'll fill this field here, and with the search button here, we can see one teacher, sorry, this is the wrong field. This is the field, the right field. Here's the 97 teachers teaching computer science here on schools here in Ivana. At the top of the page here, the green button, exit. We come back to the home page. This is the application we created. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I would be glad to answer.
Yes, Professor, thank you so much for sharing the work, what you have done in your country. So the forum is now open for the audience, the participants. Do you have any suggestions, any points for improvement, any additional things which he can add in its website? All right, sir, I do have some points, some points for improvement. Sir, in your presentation, you have mentioned about using an open source.
Yes.
And you have stated the advantages.
Mm-hmm.
There are some limitations and concerns related to the open source.
Mm-hmm.
Say, for example, security, as you are going to deal with many of confidential data.
Yes, of course.
Security is a biggest challenge as far as the open source is concerned. So what is your plan to improve, or what is your future idea to fix that security issue?
At this time, we have installed this application on the web server of the Director of Education, where many security plans have already working there on this web server. As for the software building the application, we tried to check the software that is secure as it is right now. We can't do many things. We want this application to be free of charge for every Director of Education. So it's not possible. It's not possible to buy software or make directorates of education to have to pay for this application to use it. So we will try to fix any problems or update the open source software that we have used anytime that updates come up. So that's all we can do.
I got your point. I have few suggestions which you can consider including in your website.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, since it is from the Directorate of Education, you can post not only for application perspective, but if there is any training for teachers.
Training for teachers to use the application or
not as an application, as a notification. Here a training is going on. Say, for example, about this conference. University of Western and Eastern Macedonia is announcing a notification, a conference is happening. Interested can apply. We have an MOU with them.
I understand, yes.
Notification,
Yes,
which can inspire other teachers, they get an announcement about this.
Yes, I understand. That's good. Thank you very much.
That is one thing. Next thing is, as it is related to education, some notification about additional certification. For example, now a teacher is there who is looking to do some courses to update himself, just a short course. Maybe you are getting a notification that, for example, in India, we do have Infosys Springboard, which same like Coursera. Some courses which will help the teachers to update themselves. That also you can give as notification to teacher, not only in application. In teachers' perspective, how can they improve themselves? Their knowledge, they can collaborate, they can do a short-term course, they can do some projects like that. Thirdly, in your website, also you can give the list of institutions which you have MOU with. Then in that case, if I am planning to submit some proposal, I will go to your website and find with whom I have MOU and get connected. So not each time you no need to find out whom with I can collaborate. If these all informations are available as notification in your website, the approachability will spread across. Usability of your website becomes more. The demand by default you are increasing.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, fine. Okay. So thank you so much, professors, for that wonderful presentation. Special thanks to Professor George for that presentation as well. So with this, we move on to the next paper for the day, which is paper number 5061. Sungiko, who is the author of this paper, and the title of the paper is Benefits of Using Knowledge Structuring Method in Music Therapy Practice. Apologies if I haven't pronounced your name correctly. So over to you, sir. Are you there with us? Can I get some confirmation? Paper number 5061. I am posting the same in the chat box as well, so that we are aware of the paper. So is the author with us? All right. So if the next author is available, I think we can move on. We can save time as well. So the next paper on board is paper number 5137, authored by Antonius, Malamadi, and Minis, titled with the path planning for agricultural ground robots. It's a review paper. So are the authors with us?
Yes, Professor. I am Nikolaos Baras. I presented earlier my research paper. Unfortunately, the authors of this paper, my colleagues, could not attend the conference, so I will present their paper. I will do my best to answer any questions. I will start with the presentation and we'll talk later about this.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. In this presentation, I will show you our research work with title Path Planning for Agricultural Ground Robots, a review. First, let me give you an introduction to the problem. The population of the world is expected to increase by over 240,000 people each day, reaching 8.2 billion by the year 2026 and 9.85 billion by the year 2052. Despite the fact that arable land is running out, estimates indicate that if peace is to be maintained worldwide by the year 2050, food production must increase by 70%. The importance of precision agriculture is a key technique for streamlining yield control practices, enhancing field product quality, and assuring environmental protection has already been acknowledged. As the number of people working in agriculture throughout the world continues to fall, more and more large-scale farm streets with fewer employees are turning to the use of multi-robot systems to do agricultural chores. Unmanned ground vehicles, UGVs, are essential for the successful and efficient deployment of precision agriculture, PA. Degradation of agricultural goods in the farm field may be somewhat prevented by the use of UGVs in agricultural domain. One of the most crucial aspects of the development of agricultural UGVs is the route planning of vehicles for the agricultural field. In order to provide new knowledge to the body of knowledge on the route/path planning capabilities of ground robots used in farming, this work used a systematic literature review. A systematic literature review requires an exacting and well-defined methodology to organize and evaluate the material that is currently accessible in the field. The technique for finding many research centered on searching 5 different index databases, such as IEEE Explore, Elsevier Scopus, ACM Library, and Google Scholar. The databases were chosen because they provide access to the greatest number of high-impact scientific journals and conferences and have a comprehensive scope of coverage for the subject of route path planning for agricultural UGVs. The following was the search string that was entered into its database: path planning or route planning, and agricultural ground robots or agricultural unmanned ground vehicles, or finally, agricultural UGVs. Route planning, on the other hand, relates to the difficulty of finding a collision-free path joining a predefined start and a destination point, and may be interpreted either topologically, geometrically, or in terms of trajectory. All possible methods of route planning for ground robots to use in agricultural settings were investigated, and articles from a wide range of agricultural settings were chosen to study. This evaluation of relevant work is being done with the intention of providing answers to the following questions. First, what is What agricultural task is it performing? Which path planning technique is used? Are there any online capabilities? Is it dynamic or static? Is it path optimality? What are the geometry characteristics, the optimization criteria, constraints of the robot, possible limitations, computational complexity and processing time, and finally, the field testing conditions. Routing from point to point, finding a collision-free route from a starting point to destination point while reducing travel time, distance, and energy consumption is the aim of mobile robot point-to-point path planning. According to this method, the robot acts like a single particle in a potential field, with the obstructions acting as an attraction point and the destination as a repulsion point. In this form of road design, the agricultural open space is broken into small sections known as the cell-by-cell breakdown method. Provides a method for estimating the limitations of an object's location brought on by the presence of other terms. Their approach is built on the idea of representing an object's location and orientation as a single point in a configuration space where each coordinate represents a different level of flexibility. When the algebraic total of the potentials is nil, as happens often in this method, local minima are created. The robot may find it challenging to accomplish its purpose, as was discussed in and as a result of this circumstance. The experiment using research prototype rovers is produced results showing that the planner permits real-time performance while permitting use of the whole vehicle mobility envelope in challenging terrain. Coverage route planning is a process of creating a path that passes through every point in an area of volume while avoiding obstructions, CPP. Shao's et al. Definitions of covering operation included the following requirements. The robot has to be capable of encircling the whole area. The robot must fill the space entirely with no overlap. The procedure must be continuous, sequential, and avoid of redundant paths. The robot must avoid any obstructions, employ fundamental motion trajectories, and an optimal course of action is sought under the current conditions. However, it is not always feasible to satisfy every one of these criteria under complex circumstances. Prioritization is crucial as a consequence. Regardless of whether they are classed as online or offline, these algorithms may be categorized as heuristic or comprehensive, depending on the assurance. Cellular breakdown is often used in coverage tactics, either implicitly or explicitly, to ensure coverage. There are ways that are approximate, semi-approximate, and exact. We identified a good number of articles for this subject, which is proof that applications of route planning in agriculture include a broad variety of themes and applications. This collection of papers includes both coverage route planning concerns and point-to-point path planning strategies. Among other agricultural applications, navigation is used in vineyards, orchards, greenhouses, and wheat fields. Navigation may be used for a variety of tasks, including monitoring, precise spraying, and harvesting. On the other hand, other writers suggest a route planning algorithm that does not specifically relate to the goal, but is adapted for agricultural machines and or locations. There isn't a common route planning algorithm with diverse approaches for each task, whether in 2D or 3D environments for agricultural applications. In this table, we can see several research works found in literature related to the topic of route planning in agriculture. you can see the path planning approach that each researcher used, whether they used a dynamic or static environment, whether the algorithms was online or offline category, if it was 2D or 3D, and with information about the terrain configuration, optimization criteria, robot restrictions, limitations, finally, whether they used, they actually tested in a real scenario or not, and computational complexity / processing time. In this table, we can see some more research papers found in literature. From these papers that we saw, we can conclude that most researchers used point-to-point path planning in static environments rather than in partially dynamic environments where the obstacles can change inside the terrain. Various approaches are taken to coverage route planning problems in the literature. The complete coverage of terrains with uneven shapes is a frequent goal in this sector. The oldest chosen research from 2006 featured an examination of a Hamiltonian graph to cover regions of irregular form with the fewest overlaps and maneuvers. Using a heuristic approach, Oksanen et al. In 2009 provided a greedy method for covering curve-shaped fields. 5 years later, Hamid et al. Published a GA-based method for forecasting the ideal driving path for agricultural equipment to reduce fuel usage. These authors claim that their approach offers a suboptimal alternative or is either optimum or nearly ideal. The bulk of the techniques are static, offline route planners, as shown by the fact that just 2 point-to-point and 2 coverage path planning studies provide an online solution in dynamic scenarios. Fewer than half of the writers are involved since there aren't many point-to-point procedures in this area. The present research offered a thorough investigation of road routing strategy for ground robots in agriculture. The use in the agricultural field was examined, and the limitations imposed by the robot setup or the kind of terrain in the agricultural field were considered. This work explains the road routing technique, the kind of outdoor environment, the features of the terrain geometry, the optimization criteria, the limitation of the method, the computing complexity, and the implementation of testing in a real-world situation. Point-to-point and coverage route routing were two categories that the research used to group path routing techniques. According to the investigation, point-to-point route routing is more advanced in agriculture than coverage path routing. This is because point-to-point route routing is needed for more recently developed precision agriculture, while coverage path routing is often needed for agricultural applications in a wider sense. The coverage route planning technique has been evaluated in static environments in 83% of the instances and dynamic environments. In 17% of the cases, in 82% of the examples, the point-to-point route routing strategy has been evaluated in a static environment, and only 18% of the cases have been tested in somewhat dynamic environments. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to send me an email at ahadzisavas@uom.gr.
Thank you, Professor Nicholas, for pitching in and sharing the knowledge which they wanted to share to the team. So it is any questions from audience? Actually, it is even unethical from my side to ask you questions. So I don't want to do so. Any points or any suggestions for the team? Anything from audience? If that is the case, we can go ahead. Otherwise, we will move on to the next presenter for the day. Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Nicholas, for pitching in and presenting your colleague's paper, which was titled with Path Planning for Agriculture Ground Robotics, which is a review paper. Thank you so much for that. So with this, we move on to the next. By any chance, is the previous authors there available right now? That is paper number 5061. Sugnico, benefits of using knowledge structuring method in music therapy practice. Are they here? All right. Hello. All right, they are it. So we move ahead to the next paper. That is paper number 7, which is titled with that's serial number 7, and the paper ID is 5406, authored by Dimitris and Minas, a methodology to design ambiguous embedded system for environmental scenarios. So apologies if I haven't pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, my name is Dimitris Zgiuzgios, and my professor Minas Dassigiannis. We're from the University of Western Macedonia in Greece, and thank you so much for this conference. It is very interesting, all of the topics. So I will share my screen. Just give me a second.
Yes, please. All the very best.
I think you can see my screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Give me a second. Okay. So, give me a second. Our topic is a methodology to design ubiquitous embedded system for environmental scenarios. As I told you before, I'm Dimitris Zgiuzgios, PhD candidate, and my professor, assistant professor Minas Dassigiannis from the University of Western Macedonia in Greece, in Kozani. This methodology is developed on my PhD thesis, and we all have, at this time, we have made this scenario to smart cities, and now we expand it to other areas, such as the environmental scenarios with robotics. So, generally, to choose a solution in a system, the right way is to follow a methodology to go step by step to analyze the problem and find the most suitable solution for it. So there are various methodologies, as we know in the world literature, and the choice of the methodology to be followed is particularly important for solving a problem. So in this research paper, we focus on the design of an embedded system for environmental scenarios, and specifically to a robot, a vehicle robot, which will be used in an agricultural sector. Our methodology, our model, we name it Adaptive Model Z, is a methodology which developed in order to design and implement a system that will aid in further automating the process, which includes numerous variables and different, of course, topics. That's why we call it adaptive, because we can use it not only to the environmental scenarios, but we can use it in a lot of different situations. The human factor is the main idea in our model, what we want to do and what we should do. And this is the whole idea how our model will be used. So our suggested models provide the greatest answer to such challenges, since it stresses the goal of use depending on the unique characteristic of each situation. And the human aspect is crucial in the selection of the solution. Sorry, it's okay. Just give me a second, Mr. Protopsaltis. Now it is better now.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, okay, thank you. So the adaptive model Z, it is our proposed methodology. The adaptive model Z consists of 4 stages. The first stage is the analysis of the system, which includes the following steps: the system requirements, the process design, and the determination of use. Why want to use this system, embedded system. The second stage is the design and development of proposed solutions, which includes the design of proposed solutions, choice of the solution or solutions, and the development of prototypes. We can choose more than one, but the idea is to propose the best solution and to develop the prototype. And as we will see in the third stage, is the evaluation of the proposed solution. And if the solution is succeed, then we will move forward. Otherwise, we will do the loop. And the fourth stage is the utilization of the solution, including the implementation of the solution and the maintenance and upgrading of the system, because we know that every system needs an update. This is the flow chart of the adaptive model Z. The first, as I told you before, the first step is the system requirements. We analyze which are the system requirements that we need for our situation, to solve our problem. The procedure planning, and of course the identification of use. The identification of use, it is about who will use this and how they will use this system. This is the basic stage that we must describe with details, so we can move forward to the next stage, to the second stage with the yellow one. It is the development of proposed solutions. In this stage, we can use several of different models, such as conversation, or to write different solutions, or brainstorming, etc. So we have the development of the proposed solutions, we write it down, and we're trying to find the best solution of this. In this step, we can make a table where we can have different characteristics. For example, we can have the energy consumption as a factor. We can have also the cost of the system that we use, the proposed system we can use. Also, we can have the technology, the benefits or the disadvantage of the technology, and we can rate all of these with, for example, 5 stars, or we can find another option to rate them. And we will have a final score, and we will have we will choose the solution. After the choice of our best solution, we will move on to the prototype. We will make a prototype of our solution. This is not the final one, but about the 70 or 80% of the prototype will work, and we will move to the evaluation, where if our model is not as we expected, we're moving back to the identification of use. We will see what's going wrong, what is not working as we wanted, and we will go to choose another solution. If we don't have another solution because we have only one, for example, we need to develop proposed solutions again. We have to think about new solutions. If the evaluation of our prototype is succeed, then we're moving forward to the last stage. We implement our model and upgrade and and then it is ready to use it. And the final step is the maintenance and the upgrade, because we know that we need an upgrade to every single system because the technology is changed or for the security purposes. This is the whole idea. Now our case study, the Velos case study. Velos exploits a custom-made robotic and unmanned ground vehicle that will be constructed to enhance collected data quality and improve pest prediction accuracy. The Velos UGV necessitates a solid construction that would be equipped with DC motors for moving, enabling movement in the area of interest, a robotic arm mounted with spectral camera, sensors for obstacle avoidance, and GPS receivers. A central microprocessor will provide the best path to the area of interest according to an optimal path finding algorithm, considering different parameters such as energy consumption or time necessitated. Other requirements and constraints imposed, such as bean cultivation specific growing parameters and practices, will also be taken into account. So for our first stage that we have here in our case study, the system analysis that we have to do has various parameters should be taken into account, both regarding the system itself and the environment in which it will operate, because this vehicle will operate on a field, an agricultural environment. So as far as our system is concerned, should be automatically in the fields, have a camera and return to the starting point, a spectral camera, and return to the starting point by itself when the job has done, when it took a lot of photos, and of course, if the battery is lower than 20%. This is something that we will discuss it later also about the energy consumption. The aim of the vehicle is to collect photos of the plants, to analyze them, and with the purpose to find any possible infection of the plants about the pests. So the second stage now it concerns the design and development of the solutions. Having set the requirements in the previous stage, the possible solutions will be designed which meet the criteria that have been set. Thus, a number of possible solutions are formed that can be met the objectives covering the system requirements. In our project, we will have a vehicle that will have big wheels and can move on the fields. Also, it will have a stable robotic arm, so it can carry the spectral camera and can move forward and backward. Also, we will have LiDAR, so it can move autonomously on the field. And of course, we must develop an algorithm for the path planning and also to analyze the photos that we'll take. The four-wheel drive with a low center of gravity. Also, we'll use the GPS sensor and the communication. This is another aspect that we must think about it. It is how the the robotic vehicle will communicate with the server. In our case study, we choose to use the LoRa network because we don't need to send a lot of data. The photos will be stored to the vehicle itself. So about the third stage, it concerns the evaluation of the chosen solution. At this stage, after we develop the prototype system, it is evaluated according to the objectives and constraints that we have set in the first stage. So we have two options. Either the evaluation is successful or not. In our case study, we are now at this stage where we examine if the choice we made really meets the specifications and goals we set. There are a lot of concerns about the connectivity, but from the first experiments that we made, it seems that it will need some small changes, not the really big one, that will move, and we will have this vehicle we will move it on to the next stage. So we think it is successful. So the fourth stage is the final stage where the solution is implemented with additions or modifications, small modifications or additions. Now in this stage, our model will be operated and ready for industrial use, facing the problem. So this is the last step of this stage, concerns the maintenance and upgrading of the system, which will be always will be done. So the conclusions about the adaptive model Z. The adaptive model Z has been developed with the aim of solving in the best possible way problems related to the design of embedded systems for environmental applications. It has already been successfully tested in the field of municipal waste, solid waste management, as I told you, and of course on material recycling. And now we are using it to this project, to the project Velos. And in the early stage, it seems to be working great. We need more research to be conducted, and but we are very optimistic about this methodology that our laboratory, the laboratory of robotics at the University of Western Macedonia, developed. So this research has been co-financed by the European Regional Development Fund of the European Union and Greek national funds through the operation program Competitiveness, Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And the project code, the MIS of this project code is 5047196. So thank you very much. And this is a picture of the proposed vehicle that we made so far. And as you see on the wheels, we made a lot of tests, and we think it is working pretty nice. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I will be glad to answer.
Thank you very much, Dimitris, for your wonderful presentation on your PhD research work. Yes, now the forum is open for suggestion, discussions, points of improvement, and clarifications as well. Do we have anyone in the forum with any questions so that we can get it clarified? All right. So, Dimitris, I have few questions or suggestions. Maybe a little bit of clarifications is required. So, your main key point is the adaptive model, which is the uniqueness of your work. One of the main weakness from your presentation. So, in that case, maybe I missed the flow. Maybe can you give me some clarity on what are the various criteria to be considered when you're going for an adaptive model? What are the checkpoints where the model switchovers between back and forth?
Thank you very much for your question. The main point, maybe I will show you also our model. The main aspects of our model, first of all, is the first stage, as we can see here on the flow chart, where we have to analyze in the most possible ways the system requirements and the identification of use, and of course, who will use this system. This is the main factor that we have to understand clearly, and this is the biggest step, is the base of our adaptive model Z. Because if we don't understand clearly the problem and we don't analyze it as it seems the best solution that we have at this period of time, because we know that all the embedded systems are generally the systems that we have, it is changing rapidly. So we have to update our information about where the technology is and what we can do. We can move forward to the next step. Generally, we think and we are making the research about how to use this adaptive model on different situations. At this period of time, we use it only in three aspects, of course, of the problems that we're facing. Now we are use it on agricultural sector, but it seems that if we do the analyze of the first step of the problem, and generally the identification of use, it seems to be working very well.
All right. So to add on to what you have answered, so will there be any inbuilt model so that we can customize based on the application or the scenario as well? Do you have that in your future plan? So that the model is fixed, the criteria is fixed, based on the application or the scenario, the adaptive goes on automatically, something like agent or an AI-based setup? Do you have that in your mind as in future?
Thank you so much. No, we didn't think about it, but now I think it's a great idea to research it and to develop an application to our model. Thank you very much for your suggestion.
Yes, an automated AI-based model in between of these diagrams within that layer will give a different dimension to your work.
Yes, I understand it clearly, and thank you very much for your proposal.
Yeah. All the very best. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. So with this, we move on to the next paper number 6274, authored by Vasilinios and Antonius, as well as Panatigos. Apologies if I haven't pronounced your name correctly. I'm not used to these names. Apologies for that. So they have authored a paper titled Smart City Traffic Monitoring using Digital Twin Technology. Over to you, authors.
Thank you very much. I will be making the presentation in the place of Mr. Panagiotis Arianidis, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. So, can you see the presentation? Should I start?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so our team consists of me, Dr. Panagiotis Arianidis, and Antonis Protoxaltis. Many definitions were given to describe the digital twins. The most common
maybe, sorry,
Yes.
maybe should you maximize your PPT, full screen mode?
Excuse me?
Yeah, can you go for the full screen mode or presenter mode?
Is it better now?
Perfect. Good to go. All the best.
Okay. So many definitions were given to describe the digital twins. The most common is that the digital twins are digital simulations of a physical product and its life cycle, using the best available visual technologies to illustrate it, embedded physics, rules, scales, and probabilities. Digital twins can provide real-time representation, integration and correlation, and also self-evolution. Digital twins have been applied in many fields. The US Air Force built simulations to capture the physical airspace. Many companies have applied the digital twin technology for their product life cycle process. Digital twins are also being used in healthcare and life sciences organizations to achieve personalized medical services. Smart city planners now focus on the digital twins to extract information regarding smart city planning. The purpose and necessity of this project is that the congestion of urban networks with high volumes of vehicles creates traffic problems in everyday life. Researchers are trying to redesign the road networks or regulate them, which is time-consuming and costly. Traffic engineers will need a tool that can collect and process real-time traffic data, visualize real-time traffic in a 3D environment, create virtual scenarios by altering the traffic parameters and forward the optimal parameters in the physical world. Our digital twin approach consists of three entities: the physical entity, the information processing entity, and the virtual entity. The physical entity is responsible for real-time capturing of the physical world data. It consists of the interface and the sensor networking. The information processing entity is responsible for storing and processing the raw captured data. It consists of the database and scripts for real-time processing. The virtual entity is responsible for the visualization of all parameters. It consists of the geometric model, the rule model, and the simulation mechanics. Here you can see the scheme of our architecture. The physical entity and the virtual entity interact with each other through the information processing entity. The physical entity consists of the interface, which shows the sensory capture and the traffic state, the sensor networking, which uses the LoRaWAN. The information processing entity consists of the data storage, which in this case is the MongoDB, the data processing, which is to remove data noise and generate information. The virtual entity consists of the geometric models, which are the 3D objects, the rule model, which is the traffic laws and the physics rules, and the simulation mechanics, which are the animators. The physical entity uses sensors to capture in real time the traffic, the density of its road segment, and the state of its traffic light. It uses a LoRaWAN network to interconnect wirelessly all the sensors and the central node that transmits the road data from the sensor to the database. The information processing entity stores the captured raw data that is transmitted from the physical entity. Further processes the data to produce valuable information about the city center traffic, such as vehicle direction, the traffic volume, and the traffic light timings. The virtual entity is the actual digital twin simulation. It consists of all the required components for the development of the simulation: the geometric model, the rule model, and the animation generation. The geometric model contains the scene graph that represents the virtual road network of the city center, which are the scene, the 3D models, and the physical properties of each model. The rule model consists of modeling the driving laws, the traffic rules, and the 3D objects, and the 3D objects' behaviors, the way they interact with each other. The rules are implemented within the respective scripts of each 3D model, considering the data parameters forwarded from the information processing entity. For the animation generation, the scene is based on the rule model. A waypoint system was created using simple spheres in Unity 3D. Every time a vehicle comes in contact with this sphere, they get the next point they have to reach. The animated spawn vehicles respect the rule sets in the rule model. Raycasting sensors were created in front of each vehicle so that they can read the road ahead and avoid collision. Traffic law scripts control the speed limit on each road segment. Here is a screenshot of our user interface. On the main segment, there is a live view window of the city center. On the left segment, there is the virtual traffic modification mode. There are scroll bars where the user can select the road he's interested in and make changes to the traffic density or the traffic light timers. There is also a button that will save those changes to the database and a checkbox that will enable or disable the live updates from the database. For the use case experimentation, we designed the main city of Polos. We made a usability evaluation by employing a small group of 10 users and utilized the think aloud protocol to capture the thinking process. The users were given a set of congestion situations, and they were asked to devise virtual traffic scenarios that would relieve the congestion. In the first scenario, they had to follow simple steps in order to get familiar with the interface. We captured how long it took them to complete those actions, how many mistakes they made, and how long they needed to complete those mistakes. In the second and third scenario, the users had to operate freely. We captured how many actions they take, how long it took them to complete those actions, and how much they improved the situation. The usability evaluation showed that the digital twin impacted positively on the user's learning curve. In conclusion, the digital twin provides a live virtual window of the city center road network. It represents traffic volume, rules and regulations, and drivers' choices. The traffic engineers can get a realistic picture of the traffic volume a road network can handle. They can get assistance in decision-making to improve roadway traffic issues, and they can draw useful conclusions on tuning an existing road network for a more efficient traffic flow. In the future, we plan to develop an IoT prototype of the physical entity, enlarge the collection of road segments, intersections, vehicles, and pedestrians to cover more terrains. Develop a machine learning model that will automatically predict and propose traffic adjustments, and port the visual entity into virtual reality to provide a more immersive experience for the user. Here is a small video of the progress we made so far. We start with architecture of the system as shown before. And here is the city center we choose for this purpose. Now for the digital twin interface, we can see the live window update. The cars are starting to move. And whenever the user wants, he can choose from the scroll bar the road he's interested in. Now that he's trying to solve a specific congestion, he will choose the crossroad he wants to make changes, and the road will light up. The users can now change the time of the traffic lights and wait to see how much they affect the situation. If the user is happy with the choice he made, he can move on to the next road, which he does here, and wait to see whether he resolved the situation or not. If he's happy with the choices he made, he can save those choices to the physical twin. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation on a few of the technologies which is going to govern, especially the smart cities in terms of digital twin. So the forum is open. Do we have any questions, suggestions, points for improvement? All right, I have a small question where you can give a clarity on the biggest challenge as far as the digital twin is concerned is the misrepresentation of the object. That's the biggest challenge. So how did you face, from your experience, did you face that challenge? Did your team face? How was it overcome? And also when we go for a larger scale, this will be one of the biggest challenge when we go for a real-time implementation in a larger scale. What's your plan for that? Yeah.
First of all, we plan to make a a small fragment. We plan to make we plan to apply the digital twin on the laboratory of the university, then move on to the campus, and then move on to a bigger city. In this process, we'll probably face a lot of problems, but we think we'll be able to solve them.
And how far the security in this particular work, what were the security challenges which you faced and how it was addressed? Because in this case, in your particular work, data security and in that particular protocols of embedding the various tools and objects, which will be which would have been definitely a challenge. How was it addressed, or what is in future for that?
For data security, the truth is that we haven't gone too far. We use only basic security for the MongoDB. It's nothing really, we didn't get into it a lot.
Okay, okay. For the larger scale, when we go, especially when we connect this with an whole IoT-based setup for a larger scale, these challenges which we can keep in mind for the further enhancement of the work as well. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and all the very best for the future enhancement of this project as well. With this, we go to the paper for the session, which is paper number 7182, authored by Theodore Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you so
Yes,
much, Dr. Roy. So
no,
we are
actually,
going ahead to the
yeah,
last
students.
paper.
Sorry. Yeah, no, now it's all are sorted out. Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, sir. So we are going to the keynote session right now. So am I right, Dr. Roy? Can you please confirm so that we'll call out for the two? Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So with this, we have come to the end of.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman.
Please go ahead, Dr. Roy.
We have one presentation left from my research team. The last presentation with Theodora Nevrataki, etc., and the others.
Yes,
we have one presentation left from my research team. Can we proceed?
Yes, sir. Got the point? Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. The presentation will be from my students, Theodora Nevrataki. Please proceed, Theodora. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Theodora Nevrataki. I am an undergraduate student in University of Western Macedonia, and I will present you research that me and my team have made on federated learning and its applications. Federated learning is a technique for training machine learning models on decentralized data, such as data that is distributed across multiple devices or organizations. In this approach, each device or organization trains a local model on its own data, and then these local models are combined to create a global model. The main applications of federated learning
Sorry for interrupt. Can you view in a presenter mode? You are in just
I'm
just
sorry.
normal PowerPoint mode. Yes, can you view the present? Yes, slideshow or presenter mode, or just if you are using Windows, just use F5.
I'm sorry, could you please rephrase?
Yeah, so you are just so we can see your PowerPoint, just PowerPoint, not the present not in the presenter mode.
You want to see my notes, not my presentation? You mean
Yes.
Theodora, can full screen to PowerPoint, please?
Δεν το έχω full screen.
Ναι. Ωραία. Προχώρησα το σιγά σιγά έτσι αν είναι. Οκ, ευχαριστώ. Share the entire screen. Choose this option from Zoom.
Yeah, I am not sharing the entire screen.
No. From the options of the share, please share the entire screen. That's fine. Thank you. The previous.
This is the screen. Is this okay?
Yes, great. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the main applications of federated learning are on on healthcare, Internet of Things, finance, and insurance. Federated learning has been playing a significant role in healthcare and medicine. Modern healthcare systems require communication and close connection between hospitals, health institutes, labs, and patients themselves. Also, communications between countries is vital for facing global emergencies like COVID-19, and with the development of software and hardware technologies, more and more data are becoming available. These healthcare data, however, are usually fragmented and private due to the complicated and sensitive nature of those. Therefore, federated learning holds great promises in the analysis of this data due to its decentralized nature. These data do not have to go out and can stay either in local institutions or with the individual consumers. This benefits both the provider and the consumer. This can also benefit healthcare organizations due to the fact that they can train models with their own data and being able to collaborate with other healthcare institutes. This can improve the effectiveness and accuracy of the model while establishing more robust and trustful relations between health organizations themselves and the health organizations and the customers. As shown in the diagram below, each hospital has its own data from patients and its own security control, preventing data leakage. Instead of sending this sensitive health data to a local server sends a local global model to every hospital. Every hospital uses the local model and their own data using a local model, and after training, they upload the trained local model to the central server. This procedure guarantees that the data stays safe and never leaves the hospital, but also provide a way for hospitals to communicate with each other and use each other's data. Another use of federated learning is in mobile healthcare. People use smartphones, smartwatches, and smart devices in general every day. These devices have health sensors and health apps, and the data that they provide can be used to learn users' behaviors and, for example, predict or prevent a heart attack. However, users may not want to share this kind of data due to, as mentioned before, the sensitive nature of those, or they don't want to share them to save bandwidth or battery from their device. Federated learning can help without diminishing the user's experience or leaking this private information. Turning our attention to Internet of Things. IoT devices can submit their data to a central server for training or join a cooperative training process with other devices to employ federated learning to enhance the performance of their local models, such as image or speech recognition. Some significant advantages federated learning may provide for IoT applications are enhancement of data privacy. There is a reduced risk of sensitive user information being disclosed to an outside third party. Low latency network communication. Using federated learning helps cut down on communication delays brought on by data offloading. Improved learning quality. Federated learning can improve the convergence rate of the whole training process and achieve higher learning accuracy rates by learning large computational resources and diversified datasets from a network of IoT devices. Some popular tools that use federated learning. According to our study, popular tools that use federated learning are Google's Gboard, which is able to predict the user's text input without uploading the user's sensitive information. Apple, on the other hand, makes use of federated learning to enhance Siri's voice recognition. Applications of federated learning to IoT system in smart cities. The advancement of IoT of the use of federated learning have made it possible to offer technological assistance for the establishment and advancement of smart cities. Some applications are edge computing. Edge and terminal computing can be used to address network edge equipment and cloud capacity requirements. Federated learning has successfully used a 4G, 5G based network car edge computing platform in this situation. Visual detection protection. Federated learning's visual object identification offers a good answer to the issues with conventional security monitoring. Federated learning is supported by FedVision, a platform for computer vision applications. It can offer smart city security monitoring solutions. Blockchain. Local learning models are updated effectively via the BlockFL architecture. It performs efficient performance, data analysis, and makes use of consensus approach. Vehicle communication. Federated learning can be applied to vehicular communication to enhance the functionality of various systems, including advanced driver assistance systems. Autonomous vehicle. Autonomous vehicles can use federated learning to improve the performance of their local models for perception, decision-making, and control. Cybersecurity. With various works already utilizing this paradigm for IoT security, federated learning has recently gained prominence in the realm of cybersecurity. Finance. What is fintech? So, fintech is one of the technologies that prioritizes cybersecurity. Most of the fintech consists of hardware and software designed for financial applications. Thanks to the application of pertinent technology, the financial sector has improved during these past few decades. In the past few decades, in the banking industry, federated learning is used most effectively for loan risk assessment. Fintech refers to businesses that operate in the financial sector using technology. Both consumers and companies use it. Consumers and businesses can trust each other to preserve their data thanks to the expanding data protection rules. Traditional machine learning presents various difficulties for businesses that rely on fintech. Moving on to open banking. Open banking gives customers the ability to control their banking information, which is essential for the growth of the new ecosystem of data marketplaces and financial services. The basic concept of open banking is data exchange. Sharing data entails inherent risks, thus procedures and controls must be developed to support the new craze. Instead of selling the data, customers are more likely to use it to train a model on the local device. Federated learning and open markets for banking data are a natural fit as a result. Privacy concerns are the top priority in federated learning. In the context of insurance, federated learning could be used to analyze and predict risk across a large number of policyholders without requiring each policyholder to share their personal data. Applications of federated learning in insurance are underwriting. Federated learning may be used to evaluate data from multiple sources, including sensor data from wearable technology, telematics data from automobiles, and claims data to enhance underwriting. Insurance firms may train models to estimate the likelihood of a claim based on information from policyholder devices using federated learning without needing the data to be shared. Risk assessment. Federated learning may also be used to evaluate information from many sources, including meteorological data, satellite images, and social media, to forecast natural catastrophes and determine how they could affect its policyholders. This could assist the business in risk management and claim preparation upfront. Fraud detection. Federated learning may be used to identify fraud by examining data obtained from a variety of sources, including social media and claims data. Insurance firms may develop models that recognize trends and abnormalities in data that can point to fraudulent conduct by using federated learning. Personalization. By utilizing data from a broad and various population, federated learning may be utilized to create models that are more precise and generalizable. This may result to more reasonable individualized insurance product pricing for our clients. Customer segmentation. Federated learning could be used to segment customers and customize products and services to their needs and preferences by analyzing data from numerous sources, including social media, customer interaction, and demographic data. ChatGPT. So what is ChatGPT? It is a type of artificial intelligence that can understand and generate natural language text. OpenAI educated using a modified version of GPT, generative pre-trained transformer model. Since it can produce human-like writing, it is commonly employed for tasks like text completion, summarizing, and answering questions. In some applications, like natural language processing, it is possible to combine ChatGPT and federated learning. In this situation, the ChatGPT model can be trained via federated learning without the need to share the data. This may help to improve model performance while maintaining data privacy. Apart from this, ChatGPT can be utilized as a basic model in a federated environment where the model is trained on several devices with their own data and its performance is enhanced by combining the model weights. Although a lot of progress have been made in the development of federated learning through the years, there are still some challenges to be faced. Firstly, we have a high communication cost between the devices involved. This is caused due to the slow download and upload speed between the server and the client. Due to the data's timelines and then the short life cycle they have, the reduction of this communication overhead would benefit the accuracy of the federated algorithm. One way to resolve this problem is, of course, to optimize the upload and download speeds between the server and the client and make it as little as possible. Another way to accelerate the process is to update the model in each device using only a part of the new model, or update the model using a compressed version of it. Another challenge that federated learning has to face is statistical heterogeneity. Data are collected from various sources and devices, and thereby they do not follow the identically independent distribution, also referred as IID. Therefore, many data may be different from one another, and this can lead to unbalanced distribution. For example, the Fed-AFG algorithm is prone to fail when given unevenly distributed data. To overcome these problems, we can modify the training model by adding an extra stage, such as a data processing procedure. Similar to statistical heterogeneity, federated learning is also facing structural heterogeneity. This refers to the different computing power of each device in the network and the different speeds each device has in the network environment. This can cause unbalance in training times or devices dropping out due to these unreliable and unstable networks. Dropping out can cause devices to be trained on an outdated training model or outdated global parameters. We can tackle this problem by making use of cache structure to store more unreliable devices prone to dropping out and consider the trustless impact on the model. Finally, as every machine learning algorithm that uses data, federated learning algorithms are prone on attacks. Due to the fact that the model is trained on multiple devices, hackers or malicious users can sometimes target this and steal the data. Because the data is distributed across multiple parties, it is hard to make sure that the data is actually safe and protected. The only way to solve this problem is to add more or better security algorithms in the app to prevent such scenarios. In conclusion, despite the challenges mentioned before, federated learning has the potential to be very valuable for many industries. the fact that they can train a model while maintaining data privacy can be revolutionary across all the industries mentioned before. And with future research and development, federated learning has the potential to be extremely valuable. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you so much for that presentation on Internet of Things, especially focused on federal federated learning, where it gave an higher end on gave an idea of how things are working on. So I would like to look into the angle of Internet of Things, also industrial Internet of Things, collaborative of all the sub-Internet of Things, which will have a greater impact in terms of enhancing the learning. Secondly, in terms of data analytical part where you have mentioned, can you give brief about if the data size is higher, for example, when you deal with big data, how things are going to work? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. I think there is a problem with the connection. Can you please rephrase the question?
Am I audible to you right now? Am I audible to you right now?
I can't
you
hear
hear me?
you clearly. Yeah.
All right. I will repeat. The thing is,
I think that there is a
I
problem
gave
with
you
the connection.
a suggestion in terms of enhanced or the further subdivisions of
I can't
Internet
hear
of
you
Things
clearly. I'm sorry.
in terms of federated learning. You can all
Could you please maybe write the question on the chat, because I can't hear what are you asking. I think that is a problem on connection.
into enhancing or looking into the subcategory of Internet of Things in terms of
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the question. Am I the only one having problem with the connection?
No, actually, back in
Yes.
and also. Yeah. Now we
Right.
can.
Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roy, for pitching in and helping us. So I had one suggestion and one question. My question, my suggestion was, when you mentioned about Internet of Things, I also gave a suggestion to consider the categories of Internet of Things in terms of industrial Internet of Things, media and medical Internet of Things, or the other subcategories, so that it can give a broader view for your research work, for the work you are doing. That is first section. Second, I had a question. When you dealt with the data analytics part, how is your work going to respond in terms of big data? How is that learning going to happen when we analyze such type of data? Yeah.
Could you please rephrase the question?
Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll drop the question in the chat box. Maybe we can respond there. Will that be fine?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Fine. So with this, we have come to the end of these sessions on, especially on computers, especially related to the topics in computer science, education, technology, and government. So we next move on to the keynote presentation from our very own institution, Professor Dr. Kumar Chandar from the School of Business and Management, Christ University. Doctor has series of experience in publication as well as in business management and administration. He's associated with various consultancy and research projects. Dr. Kumar, we welcome you for this session. Over to you.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor. I think so in Japan time, the keynote speak should be in 4:40. So we have another like 20 minutes left. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. So after 20 minutes, we'll be joining.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very
Be
much.
starting. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone from Greece. Until we conclude for the first keynote speech, could we make some testing concerning our slides? Professor Roy?
Professor Roy is not in the physically now.
Okay.
So actually, we are now in the break.
Okay, can I just make a test to see whether the slides are okay?
That's
yes.
fine, sir. We will check. Please
Yes,
go
we
ahead.
will.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see your slides.
All right. Is that okay now?
Yes, yes. Perfect.
You can see the whole slide, not the presentation, and not the presenter view, right?
No,
you see
the
only
thing
one
is,
slide.
no.
Actually, we are seen in presenter mode, Professor.
So how many slides do you see now?
Two slides.
You're seeing 2 slides. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. After he finishes, in that time.
The same now, 2 slides?
Yes.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
same
you're seeing
2
2 slides.
slides.
Okay. All right. Give me one moment.
Sure. Take your time, doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, you're sending something to the full screen of the presentation, control up arrow and new serve. So now I'm going to do this one. And probably now you are seeing only one
Perfect.
slide.
Perfect.
Okay.
Only one slide.
Okay, that's only one slide, all right?
Yes. Second slide, which tells about you. The first slide is the, yeah.
And now it's the 3rd slide. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Fine.
Okay.
So
Thank
you'll
you.
be following Dr. Kumar Chandar, no, sir?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
I will. All right. Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
We
Thank
will
you. Thanks, sir.
see you in about 20 minutes. Okay. Thanks.
Yes.
Can you able to hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
So, Professor Aurelia, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm there with you.
Yeah. So I think we are done with the talks, all of them, right? Yeah.
Yes, one person didn't report.
Right. Okay. Yes. That's fine. So I think we are right on time. So we will probably start in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, sir is ready. Dr. Kumar is ready. Whenever you give us a indication, we are good to go.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Very good to see you.
Yes, sir.
So we'll just start.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we'll wait. Should we start or we'll wait for your signal?
Just wait for 5 minutes and then we'll get started. Very good to see you, Professor Antoniotis.
Nice to see you, Professor Roy. How are you?
Very nice. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so you're doing good?
Yeah, just fine. A lot of work, a bit tired, but yeah, we're doing great.
Yes,
Thanks God we're healthy.
Yeah, sure. We would have loved to see you here. Yeah.
We'll make that happen next year. We'll make that happen next year. Well, no
Definitely. We'll
COVID
have
or
to.
whatever will be there.
Absolutely. Everything will be out of the way and you will be here for sure.
Fortunately, yes.
Yes.
Let's
With
hope
not
so.
the same weather. It's a territory, Professor. Not the same weather.
No. Well,
it's
nothing
snowing
that I can
there,
do.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's a biting cold here. It's absolute freezing, frigid temperatures here. So
yeah, I checked the weather just about 20 minutes ago, and it's snowing there, right?
yeah, it's snowing, and this is a one-off year. Many of our guests came all the way like 50 kilometers from our city, and then they had to go back to Tokyo because they could not take this last train because everything shut down because of heavy snow. The highway closed down and everything. So this is pretty unusual. And the temperature, the feel factor was like -23. So yeah, it was frigid conditions yesterday. This morning, it just was a little better, but still very, very cold. Yeah.
Well, Yorgos, we shouldn't tell them about the weather in Greece last week.
Right.
It was 17 degrees in my place.
I envy you.
Now, today it's freezing. It's 6
really?
degrees.
Oh, wow.
6 degrees.
Wow. Where you're in the lovely Mediterranean coast?
Well, close to the Mediterranean coast. Yorgos is at the Mediterranean coast.
Right. So how far are you from the coast?
About it's a 30-minute drive. About
that's
40 or 40,
yeah.
50 kilometers, nothing.
Yeah, even we are kind of close to the coast, but Pacific Ocean is like 1.5 hours drive from here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Japan Sea is around 1 hour. Yeah.
Okay, so you're in the middle of the island.
We are in the middle of the island. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, great.
Aizu is a beautiful place.
Yeah.
Debo.
Yeah, it's beautiful now with everything white. Yeah, wherever you turn your head, it's all white.
Oh, must be
it's
very.
It's also Samurai City. Is that right, Debo?
Right. Samurai City. Yeah.
A beautiful castle, beautiful castle.
Now, the only
Well-
Japanese thing I can offer to the
Oh, wow,
discussion
that's
is
cool.
this
That's
one.
cool.
Those are the favorite cups of my wife. So I know, I know, I just picked them up. She just picked them up for me this morning. She said, I got coffee for you, and she chose those.
Very
Yeah,
timely.
it says you're speaking to Japan, so that will be
Yeah,
your
yeah.
Japanese
Yeah.
contribution.
That's wonderful. Yeah. All right. I think we can get started. So, Professor Aurelia, it's all yours. Please take
Yes,
over.
Doctor. Yes, Doctor. Welcome back. Good morning, good afternoon, good day to everyone gathered here after a short, refreshing break, after the series of papers presented under the title of computer science, as well as education technology, technology and government. We here move on to the keynote presentation. The first keynote presentation done by Professor Dr. Kumar Chandar, who belongs to from our very own institution, from the School of Business and Management, Christ University. Dr. Professor Kumar Chandar has a history of publication, history of great publication with him from various journals and conference proceeding. He also has participated in various seminars, conferences, and he's associated with various consultancy and research projects. So we have with us Dr. Kumar for accepting our invitation and being a part of this conference in midst of your busy schedule. Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for the nice introductions, Dr. Sahayangan. So the topic was blockchain business models in industry and society. Now, wherever the conference presentations, most of the theme about how blockchain is going to be implemented in technological focus. Only very few conferences as well as some of the research article which focus about the business models of blockchain. Being I am representing from a School of Business and Management, just I take it to the blockchain disruptive technology into the business perspective. Now, how we are going to tie the blockchain technology with the business as well as the society. Now, if you go with the industry 4.0 as well as 5.0, the version. Now, there's a echo. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Now, especially the country like Japan, they already started talking about the industry 6.0. But the real challenge is how the business as well as the technology integration is going to be combined together, and it is going to add value to the industry as well as the society. Okay. Now, if you go with the book by The World is Flat by Thomas Friedman, and the another book called The Future Shock by Alvin Toffler, both of the author mentioned that the technology will entirely disrupt the business as well as the society. Even in the book of The World is Flat, the globalization 3.0, which talks about how as an individual or how as a citizen, we are going to make use of the disruptive technology and which is going to helpful for the society. Now, based upon these things in the mind, this particular keynote session will address these below mentioned questions. How blockchain as a disruptive technology, as well as, and how the technology is going to handle the incumbents. How the blockchain technology is disrupting the existing business model, what we are having practicing for the last 20 to 30 years. And what are all the technical processing challenges, as well as what are all the managerial positioning challenges, how and what way the value creating mechanism exists within the decentralized blockchain business networks, And what are all the other different dimensions of the business models have to be considered while handling with the blockchain implementation in the new specific sector. So these are all the covering point as well as the kind of discussion point. So now I will take the example in the case of an Indian context, because in India, 2016, the government of India introduced the concept of demonetization. Once the government of India introduced the concept of demonetization, then only the concept of digital awareness and digital literacy got into the real business value of the picture. Now, in the case of an industry 5.0 as well as industry 6.0, it will carry out in 3 stages. One is digitization, second one is digitalization, third one is digital transformations. Right now in Indian context, the digitization is happening. So whatever the physical asset, we are trying to convert into the digital asset. Once the conversion is done, then we will move into the digitalization process, where compared to the data input, data processing plays a major role. Then we can move into the next third stage, digital transformation, where output and outcome matters. So digitization input, digitalization process, and digital transformation output and impact. So with this particular, the 3 transition process of digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation, how as a blockchain technology, which is going to add value to the business as well as the kind of societal applications. Now, as I mentioned about the digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation, now we have to understand what is the current practice, especially in the case of a business. Still, even though we are talking about digitization process, converting the physical asset or physical value into the digital value, still most of the sectors like banking, imports and exports, carriers, forwarders, ports, all those people still they are into the first stage. Again, in the case of a digitization process, we are having another 3 stages, which is paperless, cashless, and contactless. That is another stage of digitization process. So in the case of the first process, paperless. So now how the business process can be able to convert into the paperless. So once the paperless process is almost done, that is what the Indian experience has. So even some of the use case, I will also share it with you. So that we cross the stage of paperless. Now paperless to cashless environment. For that cashless environment, the government India's initiative, the demonetization by the year 2016 helped. Almost we are reaching 5 years. We crossed more than 5 years. So in this 5 years process, now we are moving from paperless to cashless transactions. So almost now 75 to 80% of the banking transaction in India is moved towards paperless to cashless, the cashless atmosphere. Now in the cashless, now as kind of and some of the security measures, we are moving towards contactless. So in this process of paperless, faceless, as well as the contactless, the technological disruptions like blockchain, AI, and cyber security is going to help to solve the particular problem. See, for example, if you take the bank as an example, as I mentioned earlier, the paperless, cashless, as well as the contactless. So now we have to consider the different stakeholders who are all associated with the banking. See, for example, here the customers, auditors, bank, insurance companies, government, and notary. Now, the biggest challenge for blockchain is how we are going to coordinate all the stakeholders of the banking system and where we are going to give contribution in terms of adding the business value. So that is where, again, here the blockchain concepts comes. So as you are aware, the blockchain technologies, in which context it is going to helpful. So now even the computing system, which we are moving from centralized to decentralized to distributed environment. Again, in the Indian context, still now, even though we are talking about digitization, paperless, cashless, as well as the contactless, still we are in the process of a centralized atmosphere. Because here in India, the Reserve Bank of India is the centralized and monitoring authority who will monitor the entire banking transactions. But now the government of India comes up with the blockchain policy to add value in the business context. So as a country in India, now we are moving from, we are moving from centralized to decentralized. Still, again, now all the other networks comes, then we have to move into the distributed environment. So this is what the context where the blockchain we are going to implement it. Okay, and then again, we have to categorize the business also into two categories, where the more centralization is more and where more of decentralizations. Forget about the distributed environment, but we are talking about most of centralized as well as the decentralized environment. So if you, as I mentioned, even in Indian context, where the Reserve Bank of India is a centralized authority, as well as the insurance agencies and supply chain management, entertainment, healthcare, data storage, and education. Everything so far, their business model is revolving around centralized business model. From centralized business model or centralized architecture, we have to move into the decentralized business model. So if it is moving from a centralized to decentralized business model, what are all the factors to be considered in this particular process? So that is what we are going to discuss, and we are going to debate on that. So now, as I mentioned, how we moved from centralized to decentralized, and if the blockchain concepts are all implemented in the case of an banking sector, so how the transactions can be done from a bank to the customer in the decentralized network. And if the transaction is done, it is not only the business transaction have to be validated and verified, and which is added in the network. So that is what now we are discussing about proof of work, proof of authentication. All those characteristics of blockchain is pitched in, and finally the transaction is going to be completed. So this is what the process so far. Now we started implementing the blockchain concepts in the case of a banking context, but not all the banks they started implementing it, but certain use cases are all in the trial process. For example, the banks like HSBC, Yes Bank, and ICICI Bank, they already started experimenting blockchain as a transaction-based model. Okay, now we have to understand about the blockchain architecture, because now in technological context, just we are looking into the blockchain as a data aggregator and new application developments, and we are creating the infrastructure and technology, and what are all the risks associated with that, and what are all the key blockchain pillars. These are all the things only so far we are approaching from the technological perspective. But if you are looking into the business perspective, what is the business model is going to emerge? What is the value chain is going to be created for the other stakeholders who are all involved in this particular process? As I mentioned earlier, in the case of a banking system, the providers, the bankers, the auditors, the accountant, the regulatory agencies, the government, all are part of these stakeholders. So now what is the value chain creation as well as what is the business model creation this particular blockchain is going to brought in? Okay. And previously, blockchain is considered to be the architecture and which is used for only the transaction purpose. But now the new models which brought in the blockchain 2.0 as well as block 3.0, which is useful other than the transactions. How we can add the business value, and it is not only the business related industry, other than that which gets into culture, government, health related issues. So now imagine, so previously it is only for transaction oriented, only we use blockchain. But now the blockchain 2.0 and blockchain 3.0, which have to address the legal related challenges also, because it is going to be useful for the society, plus the data protection. Because now this blockchain 2.0 and blockchain 3.0, which brought, there are so many other issues like data privacy, data security, data transparency. Like there are so many new areas are also getting emerged as an outcome of the blockchain evolution. Okay, now we are going back to the previous example, what I told you. How we are moving from centralized to decentralized and distributed, and what are all the challenges it will brought in, especially for business and society. So see here, the kind of a point of failure. So we cannot allow the system to get into the failure mode, because here in the case of a decentralized and distributed environment, the point of failure for attack resistance is finite and difficult. So that is what now, along with the blockchain, now we are adding the technological infrastructure like quantum computing to resist the kind of cyber security related issues and fault tolerance. So here in this decentralized, it is split into many, and it is in the case of a distributed environment, it is very stable. Okay. The next one, the scalability issues. For example, the country like India, that is how to be get approach. For example, now in country like India, we are all reaching 140 crores of populations. So with that populations, whether we can able to scale up this particular blockchain business model. So that's what here in the case of a decentralized, it is moderate. And in the case of distributed environment, it is infinite. So in the case of scaling up also, there are a lot of challenges, the research challenges, as well as the implementation challenges are there associated with the blockchain. Okay. Yes. Now we will come to the business model. So what is the kind of a business model? How the modern business model or new business model will differ from the existing business model that have to be get addressed. So here in the case of a business model, we are coming up with a conceptual framework that contains a set of elements or dimension. There must be a relationship between the dimension which have to explain the company's logic of earning money. So now the companies have to be very careful, and they have to explicitly, they have to understand how they have to make money. What are the different sources they can able to make money with the kind of a technology. So this, we are having a business model framework. With this particular business model framework, we have to brought in the logic, because now data providers as well as the data controllers, data moderators. Likewise, there are so many people involved in this digital business, because now the traditional business is for supports a physical business model. The new business model is totally supports a digital business model. So in the digital business model, who are all the partners involved? Who are all the different stakeholders involved? And who is adding different value? Who is providing different value? Who is controlling the business value? All those things we must have an understanding. Most of the companies, they must have an understanding. Okay. So now, while if you are designing the new business model or disruptive business model, these three have to be considered. What are the things? What is the new technology? What is the disruptive technologies and innovation we are brought in? So in this particular context, we are bringing in blockchain. Okay. And next one, what is the customer value proposition we are adding? Because now business as usual is dead. And if it is a new way of doing a business, what is the customer value proposition? See, for example, now banking sector is embedded into the smartwatch. So that's what now we used to call it as embedded finance. Embedded finance, because now in whether it is a smart banking or smart watches, the technology have to be integrated with the wearable technologies. If it is integrated with the wearable technologies, what is the customer value proposition? Say, for example, again in Indian context, if you take a bank as the State Bank of India and the smartwatch manufacturers as Titan. Now, State Bank of India is also going to give service to the customers, okay, as a smart banking concept. Same way as a Titan watch manufacturers, they are also going to give service to the customers. So who is giving what kind of services? So if that kind of services, what is the business model we can able to brought in? And if it is that brought in, the third component, what is the business model maintenance logic? That's what is the agreement between Titan as a company as well as State Bank of India as a banking sector. Okay, so likewise, in the case of wearable technologies, it can be extended to any kind of products and innovation as well as the service. But mainly in the case of a business model, these three components have to be considered. One is the technology. Next one is the customer value proposition. Next one is what is the business model maintenance logic. These three have to be considered. Okay. So if you consider, the entire business model can be classified into four major components. What is the product, the customer interface, and who is providing infrastructure management, and finally, as a business, what is the financial aspect. Again, within these four major dimensions, we are having, if you take a product, what is the value proportion that particular product is bringing using the blockchain as a technology. And as a customer interface, what is the customer segment, in which channel the customer is getting the service, and what is the customer relationship points, that also have to be captured. And again, the case of an infrastructure management, what are all the key activities have to be done, what are the key resources, who are all the key partners, that things also have to be considered. Then finally, the financial aspects, what is the financial structure and what is the revenue stream. So by putting these four dimensions plus these other 9 sub dimensions, there is a business model. But just this is what the business model canvas. So in the case of a business model canvas, there are two things majorly we can able to capture. One is the value creation and another one is value providing. Now the topmost one, the 1, 2, 3, these are all considered to be the value creation, and the next one is the business model, actually the value providing or the cost associated with that. So if we go by this structure, now by using the blockchain, who are all the key partners, what are all the key activities, and what is the value proposition, what are all the key resources required, and what are the customer relationship points, and what are the customer relationship channel, and what are the customer segment. These 3, 1, 2, 3, which is considered to be the value creation. Once value is created, that value have to be converted into a business model. For that, the fourth one, cost structure, and what are all the revenue streams have to be get calculated. To calculate this, we already mentioned about the 4 dimensions we have to consider: the product, the customer interface, the infrastructure management, and the financial aspect. Okay. Still, other than that, still we can able to go with that value identifications. Just still now I mentioned about only the value creation and value capture and value extraction only so far I discussed. But now still if you drill it further, we can get into what is a value addition, what is a value transition, what is the value proportion, what are all the value delivery. So these are all the things still the business model canvas didn't capture. This so far the business model canvas captures only the value creation, value capturing, and value delivery only. So still it have to capture the other dimensions of the value. Now, whatever the value creation we talks about, now the data is what very, very important. So now here in the case of a business model, we have to understand that it is not simply the business model alone, because now we must have a very good data infrastructure. Who is selling the data? Who is the data buyer? And other than that, whether we are having a sufficient infrastructure layer, enablement layer, data layer. So now these factors, how it is going to be converted into a business value, and what are all the business models we are going to emerge. So now straight away I'm going to the kind of a different business models we are going to use. Yeah, so these are all the different business models. So far, these are all the theoretical one, but some of the companies they started using this. So whatever the value creations, value identifications, value capture, value delivery, all those concepts I discussed. Now, if you put all those things into this particular model, these are all the 9 models so far the blockchain model, blockchain technology is adopting, as well as it's having an impact. So one is the strategy model, and as I said, the customer model, whether the manufacturing model. So for example, I mentioned about how in the case of a wearable technology, smartwatch companies like Titan, and the banking like State Bank of India is going to come up with the model. So what is the shareholding of the manufacturer's model? Okay, and in the case of the procurement model, increasing the supply safety and eliminate the forgery. So because even in the blockchain, the purpose of the blockchain is to eliminate the forgery. So here in the case of a procurement model, the companies like DHL, Blue Dot, especially the logistics companies, they are using this procurement model. Then the next one comes to the financial model as a whole, banking service as a sector. So because now we are talking about climate finance, supply chain finance, and so these models, the financial models, are all practiced by the banking sector. Okay, and even within the banking sector, there's one operation called micro payments. Okay, even now in the case of micro payments, the software companies like Google Pay, Amazon, and Alibaba, they are all practicing revenue models. Okay, so the blockchain models have to be evolved by using this 9 business model with the 4 dimensions and 9 sub-dimensions, plus the kind of a value. If you add together, these 9 models can be able to get emerged. Now look into the blockchain evolution. So because initially the blockchain evolution is for only the finance and currency. That's what we were talking about, the Bitcoin, all those concepts. Now it is now the blockchain 2.0. Now the entire country's economy, now we are talking about data economy, circular economy, sharing economy, all those things can be possible with the help of economy, business, as well as the agriculture. So still moving further, blockchain, the latest version, now we are using into the entertainment, the education sector, healthcare sector, the government sector, which brought in the new different dimension for legal perspective also. So even though we are talking about the business model, completely so far we are neglecting the legal perspective. Maybe the next the research challenges over here, what are all the legal challenges the blockchain will brought in. So I did a research work how these blockchain business models are all used in the different countries like Africa, Africa and Asia, North America. So if you take the blockchain, the applications are all enormous. Even now they are using clinical trials, energy, and the esports, financial services, the fintech, gaming industry, public relationship, social networking, you name it, any sector in business as well as in society, it is going to be get used. Same thing in South America, Asia, mostly in Asian countries like China and India, Taiwan, Philippines, predominantly that is used in banking sector, and as well as the trading as well as the transaction platform. Same thing in the case of European countries. So these are all the some of the business applications. So far now we are focusing only the digital currency in the case of e-commerce, remittance, P2P lending, microfinancing, crowdsourcing. These are all the things. But maybe over a period of time, it can be moved into the record keepings like loyalty programs, supply chain management, proof of identity. Even now, most of the governments, they are all in the concept of digital identity and intellectual property rights. And if you take the mutual fund or the securities, equity, private markets, debt, crowdfunding, derivatives, and the other side, the smart contracts, because now in Indian context, the government of India already started the initiative of a smart contract, but due to some technological infrastructure, the RBI is not willing to implement it. But once over a period of time, if the technology progress, very easily we can go for gambling and digital rights. These kind of things also can be able to brought in the blockchain technology. But still, there are the blockchain is having so much of areas can be able to get adopted. In the case of aircraft leasing, warranty tracking, healthcare related data, claim processing, and again regulatory technologies related compliance in reporting. As I mentioned about trading finance, supply chain finance, smart lending, and hotel room booking, digital asset trading, supply chain transfers. So there are a lot of areas still this blockchain as a technology as well as the blockchain as a business model can be able to get adopted. So thank you. So these are all the areas of business models innovation. So if you are having any questions, you can.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Dr. Kumar, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation in terms of evolution of the business and in terms of the amalgamation of business in terms especially of the blockchain and the various transformation which it took. Thank you so much for taking time. Yes, the audience, the platform is open for any sort of suggestions, for enhancement of knowledge exchange, or else any doubts. Yes, the platform is open.
So
if we'll go up to the next session.
So
thank
yeah,
you so much,
just one
Doctor.
question.
Yes, Raisa, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the very exciting presentation. We have one question from here. It's that why is the set for India in terms of blockchain application looks like a restricted set when compared to Europe or the United States? What seems to be missing, and what would be some next new applications that Asia can take up, especially South Asia, probably as a case study, if you may?